Hello, welcome everyone to Austin Startup Week and the Entrepreneurship 101 track. We're going to have 3 sessions this morning, so it'll be jam-packed, as well as some networking breaks sprinkled throughout the morning. And to close out the day, we do have a founder happy hour at the Native Hostel at 5 p.m. So hope to see you all there. I know Rachel and I will be there, and we're looking forward to meeting you in person. Before we jump in, I just wanted to quickly introduce myself and share why I'm excited to be the track and the MC for today. So I'm Caroline Tosbath. I am actually the program manager for Techstars Accelerator here in Austin. And previously, I managed the mentor program at Capital Factory. So it's been awesome to collaborate with the old team for today's programming and get to combine both worlds. Any of you who are in Austin know that we're a really tight-knit community. So it's been a great experience so far. And, so about today's programming and a little bit of context, the aim for the Entrepreneurship 101 track was to lay some fundamentals to what it means to be an entrepreneur, what it means to be on the founder journey, and allow you guys to take away something meaningful that can impact you in the day-to-day of running your business. And so we're addressing mental health. We're also addressing, defining your revenue formula. So we're doing a little bit of everything. And I'm really excited for all of these sessions. I think they address extremely important topics and something that I think you can all take away with you for this week and in the future long term. The speakers are also an amazing lineup. They're local founders in Austin that are great thought leaders in the community and are available to you if you ever had any questions or needed support. So I think it's a really awesome lineup, and I know we have a couple surprise guests as well who Rachel can address. But yeah, so it's going to be awesome. Today is a really exciting day, and I also want to thank our sponsor, Carta. Rachel is here, and she's head of Accelerator Strategy, which is super exciting and can provide some opening remarks.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, Caroline. I am Rachel Alexander on our partnerships team over here at Carta. For those new to Carta, a quick little intro. To put it simply, we help companies manage their equity, and then we also help investors manage their portfolios and their funds. We are absolutely thrilled to be a sponsor of Austin Startup Week this year, and specifically to be supporting the Entrepreneurship 101 track. We are big fans of entrepreneurs over at Carta. We've always been hyper-focused on building the best products, experiences we can to help enable founders to spend more time building their companies and less time focused and worried about if they are fundraising, hiring, managing their equity in the right way, especially in those crucial early days. We've got an entire free product and a plethora of resources just for early stage founders to help them get their companies off the ground. I'm super excited about all the awesome sessions that we've got coming up today. You'll see a few of us curtains pop in a few times. So enjoy all the content. It's going to be awesome. And like Caroline mentioned, if you're in Austin, we will be at the Founders Happy Hour today after all the programming. And then also, please come on and pop by our Carta-sponsored happy hour on Thursday as well. We would love to see you all there.
Awesome. So I know that, our first session is going to start at 9:15. We're addressing founder burnout, stress, and managing that journey. So it's going to be a great one. Definitely tune in at 9:15. In the meantime, feel free to head to the networking session and hop in. You should see the option on the side there, a panel to go network. So I encourage you guys to go meet some of your fellow audience members and come back here at 9:15. Hello, everyone. So today's session is going to be great. The first session that we have this morning is about combating founder stress and fatigue on your journey. So as far as that goes, welcome back. So today's first session, I'm really excited about. The topic is combating founder fatigue, stress, and burnout. This is a really important topic, and we are all a lot more open about discussing mental health, especially in the founder community. So hopefully you guys really enjoy this and resonate with it. We're going to really talk about how to avoid fatigue, stress, and burnout, and how our speakers manage that and balance those different stressors in their life with building a startup. And so we've got Dan Hightower from Carta, who will be moderating and kicking us off this morning. And then two founders from the most recent Techstars class, Alex Friedman, CEO and founder of Talk Howdy, and Dieu Merci Christelle, CEO and founder of Enlight. If you guys want to, get this started and talk about this really important topic.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. Excited to be here, and what a great week to do it. I think we're at day 2 of, what are they calling it? Mental Health Awareness Week. So for those who are listening and you just joined, welcome. If we can all agree on one thing, community is key for founder mental health. So would highly recommend you pop up in the chat. I think you have a chat function. Introduce yourselves, where you're based, and what you're building. You might meet somebody there. While we do that, let's meet our guests. So DM, Alex, how are you?
I am doing great.
Awesome. You want to spend a quick sec introducing yourselves, DM? You start?
Yes. So my name is DM. Just moved here from North Dakota, originally from Africa, and I run a company called Enlight App, where we help teachers engage their students through their passions.
Cool. Hey, DM. Hi, I'm Alex Friedman. I'm the founder of Talk Howdy, a vertical search engine for communities and events. I also recently launched Founder Gigs, a talent marketplace for founders to find part-time and hourly work with other startups. And then previously, I was the program manager for both Techstars Austin and Techstars Impact.
Dang. And you know each other from the cohort, right?
Yes, we do.
Oh, that's cool. So I'll be on the outside of a lot of inside jokes probably. So I'm Dan. I'm the panel moderator. I currently am director of growth product at Carta. I'm focused on Carta Launch, which is our free software for founders. Basically helps them fundraise and manage their equity really well. Prior to Carta, I founded 2 venture-backed startups where I encountered my fair share of stress and arguably burnout. I also spent 5 years in a different high stress role in the Army Special Forces. I'm not really sure which one caused the majority of my gray hair, which you can see here on my chin. But what is certain is that I'm super pumped to chat today with 2 amazing founders about how to manage stress and burnout. Not to structure it too much, but I don't think we have any like immediate questions from the panel or the audience. Please drop them in. We'll answer them as we go along. But maybe we kick it off with a couple of just really high level talking points. So we can either just open it up, DM Alex, or I can start peppering you with questions. Up to you.
Yeah, so I'll just get started. So I actually started my company like my freshman year, so the summer of my freshman year of college. So I literally built all this thing through college, and so stress was 2 sides. It was like the startup side and the school side, and so I learned a lot through that of how to manage like the school stress versus, the startup stress. And I created this like operating system of non-negotiables for me, which like really brought in my community and my friends to really help me basically make sure that I'm actually having fun. And but there's a few things that I want to talk about a little bit later that I was dropping the ball on. For example, like, working out like was a big thing that I dropped the ball on. But I'm really excited to get into this operating system that I kind of created for myself. Now let Alex also, speak a little bit about this.
Wait, I didn't even know you did that. That's awesome. I would have totally asked you for that during Techstars. I think one of my biggest like burnout or mental health hacks is getting accountability from friends, like get other founder friends and get mentors. Like one of the most important thing a mentor said to me, it's someone that's like way more successful than I am and like has built out, I think he's built 8 companies at this point. He's sold 3 of them. And one day he like looked at me and he's like, you're working too much. And I was like, what do you mean I'm working too much? You're supposed to tell me the opposite of that. You're supposed to be telling me that I'm supposed to be staying up all night. And he's like, no, you need to like take tomorrow off. And what I realized is that getting that permission from someone, even though it's like, you don't have to ask anyone for permission to do stuff, but like getting that permission from someone I respected allowed me to give myself permission to actually take that time off and to actually like reflect on, am I getting really tired? Am I actually being optimal right now? And then from there, what I've kind of realized is like, you need to give yourself permission to do these things unapologetically. So if you're taking the day off and then you spend the whole entire day feeling guilty for taking the day off, you're not actually taking the day off. Like, like you're really just compounding that stress. So like that means that you build out a schedule and you say to yourself, okay, in 2 weeks, I'm going to take like this half day off and this is what I'm going to do. You stick with it. Like regardless, you stick with it and you set that as a goal, just like you would any other metric. And that like significantly improved my mental health once I started doing that. Because if you don't, then it's so easy to say like, oh, well, I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow will be my day off, or the day after that, or the day after that, and that doesn't happen. So
yeah, totally. Well, I mean, there's some basics, right? There's some like fundamental questions that are kind of at the very top of mind. It's like, which parts of being a founder are the most stressful?
What stage?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. For me personally, I think it's the uncertainty. You never know, and you're gonna make mistakes. And learning to like let yourself make those mistakes and forgive yourself for the mistakes that you do make. I think that was the thing that stressed me out the most.
Yeah, I would, really echo on that. I think like being a first time founder, being super young, like going into this, ecosystem of just amazing people who, are super, super talented. So the imposter syndrome is really insane. And it really just gets at me a lot of the times where, I sit in rooms sometimes like where I'm like, not just young, but also at the same time, I'm probably the only person of color there. And so it gets really stressful when you don't see people that look like you in the same room. And so like those are some of the things that really kind of stress me out, is like, oh, I gotta act a certain way, I gotta look smart, I gotta, maybe even talk a certain way so I can, look like I have this like profile of quote unquote entrepreneur. So for me, it's like those things are really big stressors when I don't feel like I'm being myself, or don't feel like I'm in a room where I could be my full self, which is obviously like me being part of me. Like that's really, really important for me to like, bring my full self to a stage or, a meeting room. And so those are some of the things that really stress me out.
Mm-hmm. And you're both solo founders right now? Okay.
Yeah.
And so can you talk a little bit about how that might be even harder? There's no one to point to next to you saying it was their bad idea, right? So like, would love to hear more on that.
You're really onboarding a lot of that stress as a solo founder. You can't really vent to the rest of your team about what's going on. Like you want to maintain a certain level of, well, we're doing this and this is what's happening. And that's why I think the importance really comes with like founder friends and mentors. Like I've probably boxed DM multiple times and been like, yo, I'm having a really bad day and this is why I'm having a bad day. And he's probably done the same to me. And like we kind of have this little ecosystem. You really find people to lean on and they kind of become your like pseudo co-founders, which is really fun, actually.
Yeah.
It's like you're basically going through the same thing low key, whether you like it or not. And if you if you have those people, I like to have people who are a little bit above me because they've gone through more stress, so they kind of know like sometimes how to help you and what they went through. They can tell you like, look, here's some of the things I did wrong, because most of the time it's like they didn't do anything about it. But when you can figure out what they did wrong, then you can really figure out how you can, turn the thing that they learned into, a solution for yourself. So I really love what Alex just talked about, because that's true. Have founder friends, people that actually understand what you're going through, because if you have people that don't understand, sometimes it gets really, really, really tough, because they'll never really give you advice that you're going to be like, okay, that makes sense. And even the respect from your side of someone who's like giving you advice that have never gone through it kind of is down. It's like, well, you don't really get it. So it's key to find founder friends.
Yeah. Kind of like echoing. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
A story that popped in my head. A few months ago when I first started Talk Howdy, I had like one full-time employee. Everyone else was outsourced. And she just decided she quit one day. And like everyone knew her. Everyone was friends with her too. She went through Techstars with us. And I remember the first person I called was one of my mentors at like 8:30 in the morning, right after she called me. And I was like crying. And he was like, Alex, why are you crying? And he's like, is it because you feel alone? And I was like, yeah. Like I feel, and he's like, Alex, you're on the phone with me. You're not alone. You'll never actually be alone in this journey. And he's like, turn your Techstars friends, call me whenever, like, but we're a part of your team. So if you really handle like mentorship well and like your founder friends well, they really do become a part of your team in that whole entire journey.
Totally. So we talked about founders as mentors and like partners in this journey. What role, if any, should investors play in this?
Good question.
It's a good question. I think every founder comes with a different vibe, and I go to them for different things. So there are some like investors that I have that are so open that I know I can really take the things that are a little bit more personal to them, because like we just vibe like that. And there's some like investors that I, are just like, we'll talk business, we'll talk numbers all day, right? So I think, when you're starting to talk to these people, when you started to go fundraising, that's a really important thing to start looking out for, of like, will they care when it's you, like, because you are the business at the end of the day, right? Sometimes some investors might think like, it's all about the business, it's all about the money, the metrics, the KPIs, all these different things. But at the end of the day, will they care about you? And does that vibe really connect? And so I have some investors where I can really go and say, look, I'm going through this and I'm going through this, because they've also been part of this journey, most of them really. They would understand and they would really offer some great advice, but just bring people into your tribe, of this investor tribe, if you want to call it that will give you like the space to be able to express yourself.
Mm-hmm. Alex, any thoughts on it?
Yeah. I think one of the biggest things that like early stage founders should realize is that an investor relationship lasts longer than the average marriage in the United States. Use your investors wisely. Like make sure that you're actually working with people you want to work with, not just like for the money. Like it's really not as much of a financial investment as it is like an emotional investment. It shouldn't be. And so talk to other people in the ecosystem and ask them like, who are founder-friendly investors? And then also when you're meeting with these investors, ask them what they'll do for founders. And a lot of the time they'll tell you like, hey, we're going to add you to a Slack channel. We also do these sessions. Like make sure that they do that on top of just giving you money, because you can get money. Like you can find a check, but really finding people that'll be along for the ride is a lot harder to seek out, but it's way more rewarding also.
Yeah, completely agree. There's like a couple of versions of this, right? There's like, I would like to talk to my investors about my mental health. There's that one, I guess. Yeah. And then there's like, I really don't want to do that. But it'd be cool if you would like cover my Calm app subscription
Yeah.
so that I can like have somewhere else to go. That'd be nice.
Right.
And like VCs are doing it.
Yeah, it
here
seems
and
like
there.
more and more VCs are getting on top of it. It's like incredible. Like we were running these small group chats, and we had VCs reach out to us and ask if we would run chats for them for their portfolio companies. And you start to realize that like it's kind of catching up. I think everyone's a little sick of the whole mentality of like, let's pretend everything's perfect all the time in the startup ecosystem, and let's only highlight when we raise money or when we have like users, because it's just not healthy. It's genuinely not.
Yeah, completely. There's another, like from the investor's point of view, especially in the early stage, like the founding team is like what you're investing in. And they can only go out and solve the problem that their company is trying to solve if they are somewhat squared away when it comes to their mental and physical well-being. And so in that regard, from an investor's point of view, like one of the biggest exposures or risks in investing is like, well, making sure that they're okay. Like, and it's a really interesting thing to consider that when you, for example, like look at a board agenda or like your monthly or biweekly calls with your investors, and the agenda doesn't include anything around like, hey, how you doing? Which is one of the things that I think is super important, is like whether it be that or one-on-ones with your team members, things that are even more like performance based, like OKR meetings. Like when you look at the actual agenda, there should be something there that's like, how are you doing? Not just like, well, how's your North Star? Like, are you performing? Like, it's not all as separate as it seems. It's all very interrelated. Like the performance against a metric is like intertwined with their well-being. So it might as well be on the agenda,
Totally.
Yeah. So switching gears a little bit, and we got a couple questions from the audience, and we're going to get them. So by the way, if you just joined, we're talking about founder stress, mental health, anxiety, burnout. Drop your questions in the chat. One of the other topics that I think is like really frequently discussed is like hustle in the founder community, and like it's talked about with this like positivity around it. It's like, oh, she's got like so much hustle, or like he's a bulldog in the boardroom, and then what's like not talked about as much as like maybe it should be is like stamina. This is not if done right, entrepreneurship is not a like 6-month sprint. It's like a multi-year journey. And I'm curious what you would say about how stamina comes into play as opposed to this like hustle game.
It's a great question. So the only reason why I was even invited to speak on this panel, I think, is because I had this tweet that said, I'm getting way more active on Twitter, but all it said was, I've seen many startups fail because of burnout, but I've never seen a startup fail because the founder took a weekend off.
Yeah.
And like, it's the most accurate thing. Like it's true. It's a long game. And like, if you don't get those processes in place early for how you're going to run your business and run your startup, then like you will fizzle out in 6 months. I've seen it happen multiple times. It's happened to me before with like side projects. And at that point, it's like, if you've ever experienced burnout, you genuinely do feel like useless. Like you want so badly to do something, but you physically cannot bring yourself to do that. I remember Amos Schwartzfarb, the managing director of Techstars Austin, one day we were talking and he was like, you have to find a business that you're willing to spend the next 10 to 15 years on, like minimum. Like, and once you find that problem that drives you for 10 to 15 years, you need to figure out how that you can actually stay running it for 10 to 15 years. And I remember when he first said that to me, I was like, 10 to 15 years, that's wild. And then now I'm like, oh shit, like you're like, yeah, I know it's 10 to 15 years. That makes sense now. Like I'm a year and a half, 2 years into this one, and it makes a ton of sense.
Totally.
Yeah. I just like when you were talking, it just reminded me of Simone Biles this during the Summer Olympics, in 2020 Olympics. Just watching her choose herself, like it was mind blowing to me, because you have this like great athlete. So it's like, if she can do that, like, like we can also do the same thing. When we start to think about all the investors might get mad, or, like I might lose this, like take a weekend off, take a Wednesday off. It's hump day, right? Like when you think of like, just take a Wednesday off and fill up your tank, and really, really rest and go watch, get distracted by something. Because like, it's really hard sometimes for a founder, because you feel the guilt is there, because that's your baby. It's like, damn, I just left my baby at home. I don't know taking care of, you just left your baby at this daycare center where you don't know like if it's gonna go right or left, or right. But you just give yourself grace and get something to distract you, get amazing friends, go out, go have fun, and it's going to be there. I promise. And really, like, unless like there's something crazy going on, but I just really think that it doesn't have to be a Saturday. It doesn't have to be a Wednesday. It could be any day where you just know that your tank is going down, and you have to have that mental awareness of yourself too, to give yourself those signals in your head of like, oh, yeah, it seems like we're nearing the end here, and then fill up the gas tank.
Totally.
It's really interesting that you brought up Simone or Bills, because like I think there's something to say about these humanistic things that we're seeing amongst like celebrities, we're seeing it amongst athletes, we're seeing about like really high power entrepreneurs, where they're saying like, yeah, I want to do a 4-day work week now. Like I think what we're going to experience, or what we're maybe experiencing right now, is collective founder burnout, also because of COVID and because of the pandemic, because entrepreneurs are natural problem solvers, right? Like we wouldn't be doing this if we didn't feel like we could solve things that like we are unknown, and we're really used to and are comfortable with like the unknown. So when the pandemic hit, I think a lot of us went to work and kind of like shoved aside all those feelings of the pandemic. And we're like, okay, instead, we're going to problem solve around this, because we're so used to uncertainty. So that's our comfort zone. And then now we're a year and a half in, and we're like, oh crap, like, I don't know how much I can like solve on that, or I have to ease back into normal life. So I think especially being kind to yourself during this period, where it's this like interesting transition from, we were just all probably problem solving for the last year and a half, and now stuff's opening up in like the real world. I think it's better to like start getting processes in place now, so you don't end up in that.
Yeah, totally. That's actually a question from the audience. Many business owners were working long hours during COVID. New responsibilities include workers not coming because of health reasons or supply chains breaking. How do we add systems into our businesses to strengthen them? And I think you're talking about that.
I think, personally, I think the systems, if you're talking about remote work, like by new business environment, I don't know exactly what that is like signifying, but remote work wise, finding communities. That's like my whole thing, is like finding online communities, like I've said, like founder friends, mentors, stuff like that, ways to disconnect from work. I'm also a huge proponent, I don't know if people are getting mad at me for saying this, for like 4-day work weeks. Like I think that they've been working really well for a lot of startups now, where we're not designed to be like highly optimal for 5 days a week, and most people I know are not. So I really like the idea of now a lot of founders coming out and saying, hey, we're going to do a 4-day work week for like 6 months, or like during this period of time. And it kind of gives people permission to do that.
Yeah, I would also say like make mental health part of your culture. Like embedded. I think when you talk about a system, that's what I think of. Is like really embedded into your system, embedded in your culture, and everybody that you really bring on, make sure that they know. Like if you're a CEO or the hiring manager or whatever, make sure that like they know that that is part of the thing that you got or the values that you guys have in your company. And so so when all these things are coming up, COVID, whatever, like it might be COVID today, tomorrow might be something else. But when you have it as part of your system, I think it just makes it a lot easier for the people who are working under you, the people who yourself as a CEO, to be able to have that open dialogue. How, like I think Dan was saying like earlier, which is like, how are you doing? If the company that doesn't already have a culture or a system that allows for these questions to be asked openly and for people to feel comfortable to be able to answer these questions openly, then it really doesn't matter. So for me, my biggest thing is like, it might be COVID today, which obviously has hindered all these systems to not work really well. But I feel like if you have a way to catch your employees with mental health resources, like we talked about earlier, pay for your employees calm accounts or subscriptions, to really help them when they're going through this, because it's not just work, it's family, it's friends, and all these other things that are going on around them that might overwhelm them to not really do their best at work. And so giving people grace is really awesome. And then also building a system inside your company to allow for that growth, to allow for that person to be vulnerable is also really important.
Yeah. I mean, as a leader, as a founder, you have to like explicitly encourage your teams to be open. And you do that by like doing it yourself, right? It's like, and I am not doing well today. Just being honest, like that's okay. I think we're seeing this change like over the past couple of years in sports. Like getting back to Simone Biles, like one of the approaches in sports that it's just like rapidly changing is this notion of like being mentally tough and like yelling and like shaming people who like make mistakes. And that's like a coaching thing that you see like in college football sometimes. It's kind of getting turned on its head a little bit where, you got sports psychologists now that are beginning to gain traction with their message. That's like, hey, coaches who actually don't do that, have athletes that perform better. And like what you're really doing by creating these like high stress, low forgiveness environments is like making people afraid to take risks. And I mean, that's kind of what we're all here to do in startup world. So if you're somewhat hampered in your ability to like, or your comfort around like taking risks, then you may end up like making different decisions with your startup that may be like suboptimal. And I think that there's some CEOs that like are out there like doing this pretty well, that are open about stuff they're dealing with personally. And I'm also seeing like the community accept that and respond to it. You see examples of like some VCs even will step in and be like temporary CEO when a founder is dealing with something. Typically you see that with like a physical condition. But more and more it's like, no, I'm stepping in for a little bit, like maybe 3 months because the founder just like needed a break. And I think that's a huge shift in mentality around this. So yeah, and I think that starts with like creating a space to talk about it. Like the actual founder being like, man, I am underwater right now. Yeah.
I couldn't help but think about the like Bo Burnham thing where it's like, how are you doing tonight? Like, I am not doing good. That's all I was thinking about.
I mean, there's this not to like, so within the Army, you can be like the baddest dude in all the land, and there's this concept that they take from sports called taking a knee. And they've taken it from sports and applied it to your career in the Army, where like if you are going through anything, you literally call it taking a knee, and they will re-job you basically. And that's really cool to think about, being a part of like a unit that's like, special forces. I need a desk job for a little bit, and they're like, cool, yeah, that sounds good, man, no problem. That is not a concept in founder land. You are not able to necessarily or easily, I should say, just like, I'm going to take a knee.
But I almost wonder if like if you offer that same grace to your employees and like create a culture, kind of like what DM was saying around being communicative around those things, I actually do think your team will step up for you in those instances too, because you're facilitating a place where like people can come to you in case they're going through something personal. And then when it happens to you, they view you as a leader who's also human. And they say, okay, well, it's my turn to step up. It's happened to me a couple of times and it worked out fine. Like,
yeah, you have to, I mean, to get back to building systems, maybe this is you have to build a system that enables you to take a knee, essentially.
Yeah.
I think that kind of makes you force yourself to reconsider what your and your employees' productivity means to your business model, especially for like tech-enabled startups. If you're a venture-backed startup, your VC is looking for like 100x return, right? And if you find that your work absence or like a team member's work absence or PTO like significantly hurts your metrics or your company, that's not really like a people problem as much as it is like a systems problem, or like perhaps there's some serious shortcomings or bugs in your software that if they like persist will definitely lead to like high employee turnover, your own burnout. Maybe you find yourself like always pep talking your employees, trying to get them to like basically not quit. And the thing about that is like grinding is not good for you. And it's also not even what your investors want to see. Like, you're not going to grind your way to 100x return. You have to create the systems for scale needed to reach them. Like they're not going to applaud you as you wear yourself down to the point where you can't produce. So
yeah.
What about? Let's see. We've got some great audience questions here. Let's see. So many. Gosh. We've talked about so many of these. I'm trying to pick a topic we haven't covered. Do y'all have like a specific community or an actual like Slack group, or other than a closed one, like that might be open or available to founders who are looking for one?
I'm like, wow, do I have a website for you? So what we do with Talk Howdy is we aggregate all the communities from all over the internet and put them into a vertical search. So we have over 7,000 founder communities on there right now. Everything from founders communities to developer communities to venture capital communities, marketing, for founders of color, female founders, everything that you could ask for. If you go to the website, it's just talkhowdy.com. You'll be able to search through all those. And honestly, I use it. Like, I mean, I built a product that I use, big surprise, but like, it's really nice to go through there and then find a few communities that resonate most, and then join a few of them and like kind of understand what's going on inside of them. Like, what's the vibe? Who's it best for? And we're going to hopefully be building up more tools that allow you to see that at a high level soon. But I think that's the best way to do it, is just join a few of them, see which one sticks best for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would also add, like, I did a lot of like pitch competitions, fellowships, like applying to stuff, because once you get in, you find this other new tribe of other entrepreneurs, although you might be competing against each other, like through that, you like meet so many friends, so many other people, like colleagues that you can really go through this journey with you. So especially like, for the younger entrepreneurs, like, future founders, these head streams, there's so many fellowships that are looking for entrepreneurs to be, to get mentors. I've done a lot of that, and I've met some of my best friends came from that, joining accelerators. Like, I met Alex from that, right? And so I think like you can really build a company while building your tribe too at the same time. I think that's it doesn't have to be two separate things. It could be like the same thing. So go find people. Don't isolate yourself inside, I'm just grinding like Dan was saying. Really go find other entrepreneurs maybe doing the same thing, or doing different things, going to competitions, joining fellowships and applying to those things, because it's really, really going to help you find another tribe of people who are, quote unquote, hustling like you.
Totally. Yeah, I think that's huge. It's kind of counterintuitive. You think, I don't have time. I'm so busy. I can't make room in my day for me, like what recharges my batteries is like helping other founders. It's not a exhaustive exercise for me. I really get energized by it. And so it's kind of, you want to say, I don't have time to do that anymore. I got too much going on. Like I got my own problems. I need my own help. But I blocked my Friday from like 3 to 5 to have like 15, 30-minute like sessions with anyone who needs them or wants them. And I mean, I hope that I'm providing them value, but really like that's for me. Like I want to like make sure that I have that time in my day, because I know that that's the thing that like recharges my batteries. So maybe that's the question, is like, how do you think about carving out time to do what you feel like recharges your batteries?
Yeah.
So what do we do to recharge our batteries?
Yeah, like I guess, what do you do, but more importantly, like how do you make sure that you do it, like that you have time for it?
Yeah, so I have a few things I do. If I can't get which I just saw in the chat here, like this to-dos out of my head, I watch a really awesome movie. Like if it's so good, it's gonna get you out of it. Like if it's so good, find a really good movie, find a really funny movie, and just watch that. Watch that. We live in Texas. Every apartment, every house, I just learned they got a pool. Go to the pool and chill out. Read a book. Read a book. Like if you had any like childhood cartoons that you loved, go watch Phineas and Ferb, right? Like, so I just do these like random things to just really align myself to, to go back to that little kid, right? Everybody has a little kid in them. Bring out the little kid to go explore, go have some adventures. Because I know the adult might be really mad in there, but just allow yourself to have that, like that energy again that you had as a little kid. Because I understand like to-dos can really get to you, but if you just watch or find something to distract you, will help you a lot. I like to paint, so I don't know how to paint, by the way. I just have this canvas. I'm like, I don't plan what I'm gonna do there. I'm like, red sounds cool. Looks cool, and it turns out it's like, look, it's abstract. It don't really matter, but I just created something out of nothing, and that's beautiful, right? And so I try to do many things. I make beats. I love music, so I just DJ, do my own party with my headphones, and so I just do these things that I know I really love. And now, actually, part of this, I'm really trying to add in a workout. Like, I want to go work out. So if I know I'm got to-dos, right? So I can get in there and I think about my to-dos, but I'm also just having fun, working out and getting a little bit more healthy. But yeah, so that's what I do, at least. That's my operating system. And I also have this like thing where it's like non-negotiables, like Saturdays, I got to have at least 6 hours to 8 hours of just myself. I need that because, Sunday I'll talk to people and all these things, but I just got to have a day where it's just, I'm just chilling with me and, like really in my peace. So that's another thing I do there to help.
I think this plays a lot off the question that just came in, is how do you turn your mind off and relax? It's often so difficult to block the to-dos out of your head. So I'm really bad at watching TV and watching movies, because that's like me. I feel like I constantly have to be doing stuff. I'm not a good relaxer. Like, you put me next to a pool, I'll work, which kind of sucks, but that's like the reality of it. What I've realized works best for me, hanging out, as much as I love my founder friends, hanging out with people that have nothing to do with the industry that I'm in. Literally, like my friends that are artists, or my friends that are chefs, or my friends that do not understand tech are some of my favorite people to hang out with when I want to recharge, because we don't talk about work. If I tried to talk to them about work, they'd be like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
So it's great. The other thing is doing something, like being active, like DM was saying, like going to the park, going on walks. I also really like cooking, doing things like with my hands, or an activity that kind of like pings a different part of my brain that's not work related.
Yeah.
I find that if I'm focused on a different task, it helps me not think about work tasks. So like cooking, baking, doing pottery, stuff like that, or any other types of challenges. It really can take me out of like, okay, my work brain versus like my fun brain. And then it ends up being a really good time and a great way to recharge.
Totally.
Yeah, so it's like, everybody's obviously different, right? And so it's just like all about you creating your own operating system. I kind of, that's something that I've started to call this. And once you figure out that operating system, it doesn't really end there. It's something you refine over and over, because, you're never going to stay the same. And so, I might have what I do, right? Like, but, for someone else, they might be more, like Alex was just saying, like she's more like, I gotta do stuff. I gotta distract my hands. And when my hands are going, my mind is thinking about if I'm making this macaroni and cheese looking really good, right? So I would think about it like that. Like, what is the things that distract you, that can really, like, that you're passionate about, that distract you? If you don't have it, time to go explore. Maybe that's the next mission that you have, to go explore, find something that you love. And it might be hopping on Talk Howdy to find a group that's not entrepreneurs, right? It might be finding a group of people who just love chess or love Dungeons and Dragons or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Find that tribe that might not talk about entrepreneurship, because sometimes as entrepreneurs, we're guilty of that. Like, so like you really are itching to ask, like, how's that little problem? And now you bring that problem in, and now, it's like this atomic bomb, and now everybody's stressed, right? And so find those people that, are not going to be talking about these topics. Sometimes it's really going to help. So I really love how to just put that in.
Yeah. I mean, the underlying thing here is like, you are not your startup.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, that's a great one.
And it's funny. The thing about realizing that is it makes you kind of perform better sometimes in your startup than if you were like all consumed. You make decisions differently. If you're like, literally, this is my identity, you'll decide things differently. And I always appreciate like super well-known founders that are on Twitter that, like, there's nothing on their Twitter that would indicate anything about their company. It's like, I like dogs. You're like, heck yeah, man, that's cool. So you're not your startup, even though you may feel like it at times, which is kind of funny because, we're saying find a community of founders, and also like leave that community.
Well, there's like two different things. Yeah. I actually just met with a coach last week who's phenomenal. His name's Michael Baldwin on Twitter, if you all know him. And he asked me, he's like, oh, so like, tell me about yourself. And I told him all about my work history. And at the end of it, he looks at me and goes, I didn't ask you about your work. I asked you about you. Yeah. And I was like, oh, crap. Like, that's a great point. And so like I think what you just said, we're like, you're not your startup. You're really like, your startup can fail tomorrow from circumstances that you don't even know about because you probably could never foresee them. It happened to me with my first business. And if you don't set those pillars around you, then like it genuinely does like mentally crush you. So make sure that you are focusing on other things. Like, sure, have your founder friends, all about the founder friends, but also play Dungeons and Dragons. If that's what gets you going and that's what you enjoy, like, yeah, join that community too.
Yeah, totally. I met someone over Zoom the other day, and I was like, "Hey, it's great to meet you." And they were like, they didn't ask me what I did. They were like, "What do you like to do?" I was like, "Whoa."
Great question.
I was like,
You
wow.
realize how boring you are when someone asks you what you do for fun, and then you're like, oh crap.
Yeah.
What do I do?
We've got a couple minutes left. Now's a good time. DM Alex, if you have any closing concepts or remarks or things you want the audience to know. This is a great time to do it.
Man, I feel like there's so many amazing things that got brought up. And my top ones I think are like, don't make your identity your startup. Hell yeah, Dan. Totally agree. Yeah, like find an operating system that works best for you. That might look a lot different than what your friends or what Twitter tells you or what everything else tells you. Find a community of people that just understand what you're going through. And then I had a fourth one that I really liked, but I don't remember what it is at this very moment.
That's enough. That's a lot of work right there. That's good stuff. DM, what's up? 1 minute.
Yeah. I think the fourth one is finding a community of people who don't get you, so you can think about other things, like the Dungeons and Dragons thing, right? But yeah, like I really truly believe like building a system as a CEO or, like even if you're someone that works for a company, bringing these things up in the meetings and saying, look, like, what are we doing for mental health in our company, and being able to set up those systems. So it's like a fail safe, really, like for you as a founder, and all the people who are working to bring this organization up. If you don't have like mental health resources for your people, like that's the first place to start to look, because if you don't have, as a CEO, if you don't have the things that, this operating system I was talking about that keeps you sane, it might turn into a problem, and then that problem, starts to rot the other, because they're going to know. People are going to know you're going through it. So just be vulnerable. The more vulnerable you are, the more that other people also are going to be vulnerable and come to you and really tell you what's going on. So that, I think, is a really, really important thing. Make mental health part of your system, part of your KPIs, maybe. Just don't stress it.
Totally. Love it. We're at time. This was awesome. Would love to chat with y'all more offline. It's great to meet you. Y'all already know each other, but this is new for me. So y'all are awesome. You're both building really cool things. Congratulations on what you've built so far. Looking forward to seeing what you build in the future. And with that, I think we're wrapped, and we can go about our days and put time on our calendar to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves, literally on your G calendar.
Well, thanks, Dan. Thanks for moderating for us.
Thanks, everyone. That was great. All right. So thanks everyone for joining in. That was such an awesome session. A lot of really great takeaways there. I think, they all mentioned their nuggets, but one that I really liked too, that was mentioned at the beginning by one of Alex's mentors, was giving yourself permission unapologetically. And I think that's a wonderful thing to be thinking about, and just prioritizing yourselves. And, maybe everyone will take a moment to think about how they can work on their mental health for themselves and their company this week. So now we're going to transition into networking. You were doing this a little bit earlier, but just as a refresher, you can click on the left-hand side. There's a networking button. You'll be randomly paired with other audience members. So use that as an opportunity to take 5 minutes and meet someone new, maybe a new friend that you can add into your community or into your tribe. And we'll be back at 10:15 for 5 ways to build repeatability into your business, which is going to be led by Amos Schwartzbarb, Managing Director of Techstars Austin. So that'll be a great one. Get your notebook and your pen. You'll want to take notes, and see you in a bit. Hello, welcome back everyone. Really excited for this next session. We are going to be talking about 5 ways to build repeatability into your business. Amos Schwartzfarb, Managing Director of Techstars and co-author of the book Levers, is going to be leading on today's session. We'll be talking about a lot of super important fundamentals to building your business at whatever stage. So hopefully everyone took my advice and brought a notebook and a pen or pencil because there will be lots of notes to be taken. So yeah, if you want to bring up to the stage Amos, and we can go ahead and get started. Hi.
What up, Caroline? How you doing today?
Good. Also, Amos is my other half at Techstars, so I'm really excited he's here on screen and, going to be chatting about his now best-selling book, which is also great. So yeah, you can all get your copy at leversbook.com if you like the content. And yeah.
Hi. Thanks, Caroline, and it's awesome to see you. And everybody, welcome to Startup Week 2021, one of the most awesome weeks of the year here in Austin. So we're going to take 45 minutes today just to go to really skim the surface of what I believe are sort of the 5 most important and fundamental things to building any business, and maybe equally or more importantly, building repeatability into your business, which means, great, I have an idea and I can do something, but how do I know that I can do it and get to a point where I'm on wash, rinse, repeat, and then scale and grow and reach our maximum potential? So we'll take about 45 minutes today. I'm going to keep my eyes on the clock. Normally this takes somewhere between an hour and 5 or 7 years to go through. So there is a lot of information here. If anybody wants more information afterwards, you can pick up the book, of course, at leversbook.com. You can try to reach out to us directly, and we'll try to be helpful as well. So let's jump right in. We can go to the next slide. And I'm having some help today because I had some technical difficulties. So thank you, Haley, for helping me with the slides today. So one of my core beliefs in building big, sustainable, long-term, awesome businesses is that you really need to be metrics driven. And my experience, both as being an operator and as an investor in well over 100 companies, is the most successful businesses, the ones that stand the test of time, they figure out how to use data and metrics to help inform their intuition so that they can get to that repeatability. And so that's really what we're going to talk about today, is how do you get there and what are the things that you need to do? Let's go to the next slide. And I realize I'm going a little bit fast. I'll try to slow it down, but I want to make sure we cover everything. So what we're going to do today, and it's a little bit different than what you see in the slide, but I'm going to get into the slide in just a second. What we're going to do today is we're going to talk about the 5 frameworks that we use. And the way that I think about it, it's really 5 steps that are all about data and metrics and understanding how to use those in order to get to repeatability in your business. However, it's really important, it's why we're starting with this slide, that you have to have a vision. Without a vision, it's really hard to figure out what you're actually going to build your business around, right? So think about this as what you picture the world will look like if you are successful at scale. Don't worry about actually impacting the world. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the world that you're trying to impact. So if you're, if you're creating a new kind of pants for men to wear both to work and hiking, like one of our companies lives in, the world that you're trying to affect are a very specific type of individual that might wear these pants, right? Or if you're creating a new kind of marketing automation system, you're trying to help companies that would need this type of marketing automation system. So think about the world that you're trying to impact in the future at some point. So it's really important to have, at least in your mind, a clear picture of what that is. It doesn't mean that you have to be able to articulate it perfectly clearly on day one. And I would argue it's really hard to do that because there's lots of moving pieces. But have an idea of what that picture is in your head so that you can start to articulate it. And when you can do that, everything else that we're going to talk about today starts to fall into place. When it's hard for you to do that, it's hard for everyone else on your team, which translates to also investors and also your customers, to fully comprehend what it is you're trying to do, and more importantly, how do you actually get there? Cool? Awesome. Okay, let's move to the next slide. So like I said, there's going to be 5 steps to what we're talking about today. The steps are going to be understanding your customer, understanding your business model, understanding how to prioritize the things you're working on, figuring out how do you measure those things, and then how do you create a plan around those things. And the way that I think about it is in that order specifically. So while everything we're talking about today, you literally can pluck out and use these frameworks as individual standalone things, they're much more impactful when you put them all together and when you put them together in this way, starting with, I have a vision of what the world might look like one day. The first step is saying, okay, well, if I believe that I have this vision of the future, who is it that I want to impact? And how do I know whether or not I'm right? Like in my gut, I feel like I'm right. I'm driven by this. I'm obsessed with solving this problem. But how can you start to gather information to know that you're right and that the customer image that you have in your head is actually the right customer image? Or is it something, slightly different or very different than what you believe is? And how do you get there? And how do you get to some level of repeatability? And so the framework that I use and that we use in Techstars Austin is understanding the answer to these 3 questions. But not just like if you're a founder, you read these questions like, oh, I can answer these questions. It'll take me 30 seconds to answer these questions, 45 seconds to answer these questions. While that is true, what I want to really encourage you to do is not to just answer them, but then to go out and collect the information that suggests you're actually right, that your intuition lines up with the data that's true. Okay, so the 3 questions are, and on the next slide, I'm going to give you a little bit of an example of each. But the 3 questions are what you're seeing here. Who do you believe your customer is? And try to be really, really narrow and specific, especially in the early days. And what I like to say is, if you've nailed it, when you get a yes 100% of the time. Now, that doesn't mean that every conversation you have is going to end up in a yes, because you're learning all along the way. And as you scale, it doesn't mean that every single customer that you believe is right is actually the right customer for you and that they're going to say yes. But your goal should be that if you have all of the correct attributes of who you believe your customer is, they should say yes 100% of the time. And so that's a goal that you should be aspiring to reach. And I'll give you an example on the next slide when we get there. The second thing is, what are they buying from you? Not what are you selling to them? And again, I'm going to give you an example on the next slide, but the notion I want to put in your head is nobody cares what you do. I'm sorry to say, nobody cares what you do. What they do care about is what you do for them. And so you should think about that as you're engaging with your potential customers. What are you doing for them? Who are they, and what are you doing for them? And very closely related to what are you doing for them is, why are they buying your product? What does it do for their business? And the way that you'll know is when they can articulate how they will measure that. And even if you're in a B2C company, an app where they're engaging around music or some social interaction, they may not quantify it in the way a B2B customer will. But if you have a conversation with them, you can listen for the cues around how it's impacting, them emotionally in some way, right? What's the energy that they're getting from the thing that you're providing to them? And specifically to B2B, there's actually 2 whys. There's why is the business buying? And then why is the individual buying? And those things don't always line up. And when they don't line up, it actually tells you something about your who today. Maybe not tomorrow, but today. So let's go to the next slide. I'm going to give you examples for all 3 of these. Okay. So for who, a bad example of a definition of who is, I sell to the healthcare industry, or I sell to hospitals in the healthcare industry. Like if you come to me and say, hey, can you connect me with hospitals to sell my product to? Like, it doesn't really tell me anything. Like what kind of hospital? Like, who's the buyer in the hospital? Like, tell me a little bit about the buyer, right? So maybe a little bit better definition is like, we sell to private hospitals with under 1,000 employees. Like, okay, that tells me something, but still I don't really know if the connection that I'm going to make for you would be the right connection. The kind of definition, the kind of specificity that helps you get to a deep understanding of who your customer is something like we sell to, in the healthcare industry, to private hospitals with under 1,000 employees. Our typical buyer is the director of IT and has been in the job for at least less than a year, but has been in the industry for more than 5. That they have a budget approval of up to $100,000. They're currently using 3 different legacy softwares that we can replace all 3. And the buyer's job core is to improve operating margin by finding technical efficiencies. So you see the difference there. It's really specific, and you can get down to the nitty gritty of what this person's job is and how what you're doing lines up with their job. For what? Really simple example. And again, no one cares what you do. They care what you do for them. So think about this. If you use Google in order to drive sales to customers to your business, you don't wake up in the morning going, I'm so pumped to go buy search. Right? That is the mechanism that you're using. But what you're actually doing is you're saying, I'm pumped to figure out how to get more customers from Google. You're buying customers from them, or you're buying revenue from them. You're buying research from them. You're buying something from them. You're not buying search. You don't take search, put it in your pocket, and do something with it. So think about that little nuance, because that little nuance is really important, and the difference between someone potentially having or not having an emotional connection with what you're actually going to do to help their life become easier. And then the why. Are you driving profit? Are you driving margin? Are you creating a time efficiency? Why do they care? And if it's a B2B sale specifically, why does the business care? And why does the individual care? So you may be able to drive 20% increase in revenue, but if that individual isn't also incentivized to build revenue, right? Like if they're just salaried and they don't get a bonus and they're not going to get a raise by driving more revenue, however, you will be creating more work for them. What's their incentive to do it? So it may tell you that either this isn't the right customer right now, or you have to find a different way to understand how this buyer might be incentivized. So let that sink in for 10 seconds, and then we'll move to step 2. And Haley, skip the next slide and go 2 slides. You'll see where it says step 2. Awesome. Okay. So step 2 is once you have an idea of what your customer is, who your customer is, and you have an idea of the data that you need to go collect in order to go figure that out. The next is, what's your business model? I like to think of this as finding your revenue formula. And so I'm going to show you an example of this on the next slide, but what you can try to picture in your mind is quite literally a math equation, a simple math equation, A times B times C times D equals revenue. That's the thing that ultimately, when you've figured out repeatability in your business, you will have a revenue formula that looks something like that, and you'll understand how to move the values in your revenue formula. And the way you move the values in the revenue formula, and you'll see an image on the next slide, is the drivers and the sub-drivers. And these are all the things that you need to do, prove, build, think about in order to figure out how do you get repeatability in your revenue formula. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll give you some examples of all this. So on this slide, I realize I'm going fast, everyone. We got about 17 minutes left, so I want to make sure I cover it all. The top line, visits times coverage times conversion rates times CPC equals revenue. And I'm going to give you an example. This is for a business that I was a part of many years ago called business.com. Your businesses may look very, very different than this, but I just want to use it as a descriptor so that in your mind, you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. For business.com, visits was the number of people that showed up on a business.com website on any page. Doesn't matter what they did. If they showed up, that was the number of visits. Coverage was whether or not there was something in order that visitor was able to engage with. So let's just say that visitor was doing a search for credit card processing machines. If they showed up on a page and there was no information about credit card processing machines, we had 0 coverage. If that page had something about credit card processing machines, then it would have some coverage. And then for us, we actually had an ideal number, which I think at the time was 7. We had to have at least 7 pieces of content on that page to optimize engagement. Again, something that we learned, which would have been one of the drivers or sub-drivers. So visits, number of people that show up, coverage, whether there was something that they can actually engage with. Conversion rate was whether or not they actually engaged with the content on that page. So someone shows up, they see something on that page, they engage with something on that page. CPC, some of you may be familiar with this, cost per click, that's how we got paid. So if someone engaged with a piece of content on that page, there was some amount of revenue associated with each click. That might be $0, it might be $100, but some amount of revenue was associated with that click, and then we would be paid for that. So if we had one visit and they showed up on a page and there was something for them to engage with and they engaged with it and it was $1 CPC, then we made $1. So you can see how that math equation at scale tells me the health of the business at a very top line. If you look at the boxes that are underneath it, you'll notice at the top of every box, there's a bolded, and it's probably really hard to read, but a bolded word. Those are your drivers. So under visits, there's direct, paid, PR, radio, and trade shows. Under each bolded line, those are your sub drivers. So for example, for direct, there's SEO, email, blogging, Twitter, LinkedIn. These are just examples. So this gives you everything that you need to do, think about, build, research in order to figure out whether or not your revenue formula is the right revenue formula and how to get it to some level of repeatability. So let's think about that for a second before we move on to step 3. We've got all this information that we need to go learn about who we think our customer is, right? That's who we're trying to serve. We've got all this information about how we're going to serve them and make money by serving them. That's your revenue formula. There's a whole bunch of things that you need to go do, build, research, think about before you can actually get your business to repeatability. So that brings us to step 3. So Hallie, if you can skip the next slide and go 2 slides ahead. Thank you. So this is how do you take all that information and actually do something with it so that you know what to do now or next. And the exercise, we call it validating your assumptions. And essentially what it does is it helps you lay out all of these things. And as you go through this exercise, everyone always realizes is like, oh, we missed some stuff. That's great. That's part of the exercise. What did we miss? What are the assumptions that we have in the business today? And what do we know that is already validated, which is what is the data to prove you're right? What is not yet validated, which means you should be doing something to validate it before you build anything. And then also what is high priority and low priority. So let's go to the next slide, Hallie. When you complete the exercise, it gives you something like this. So it breaks all of the things from W3, from figuring out who your customer is, all of the things from revenue formula, and then some new things that pop up as you go through this exercise. It tells you all of your assumptions and it breaks it down into one of the 4 quadrants. So anything that's high priority and validated, these are the things that you're building that are part of your day-to-day business. These are the things you're getting closer to or maybe have repeatability on already. They can change over time, but that's what you know today. All of your high priority unvalidated assumptions, these are the things that you're really excited to go build and do. And in reality, you shouldn't actually do anything until you get some level of validation and move it into your validated high priority assumption so you can start to build and do. So the unvalidated high priority, this is where you're spending a lot of your time researching and then eventually moving it into validated so that you can start to build or execute against it. And anything that falls below the line, which is not high priority or low priority, you shouldn't be working on. And so if you pick up your head and you're like, oh, I'm working on 1, 2, 10 things in the low priority, you have to ask yourself why. And then say, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it actually is high priority. Or are you doing it because it's simple and yeah, it's got to get done, but is it really going to impact your business in the short term or long term for that matter? Awesome. Hallie, let's move again 2 slides ahead. Okay. So step 1, bunch of information around figuring out who your customer is. Step 2, a bunch of information around figuring out what your business model is and how do you get to repeatability on it. Step 3, taking all of that information and figuring out what do I do now and what do I do next. So great, you leave step 3 going, great, I know exactly where I need to go spend my time. I need to go research this. I need to go build this. I need to go execute on this. I have repeatability here and I should put my foot down on the gas there. That's great. But how do you know if you're right? And I would be shocked if there's anyone on this call who hasn't heard the expression KPIs or key performance indicators before. This is how you measure the health of your business. In this framework, you really should be thinking about KPIs, the I as the critical thing, the indicator that you are onto something. And the way that we think about it is, what does it unlock for you? Which means, while some of your KPIs may also be lagging indicators, they should always be leading indicators. So if you say, for example, our number one KPI is revenue, I will hit the buzzer and say, wrong. Revenue tells you what you already did, but what does it unlock for you? What are the things that lead you to revenue? So you're looking for the things that will help you learn how to get to more revenue and how to get to repeatability in your revenue. So yes, of course, revenue is important, but revenue is a lagging indicator of whether or not the business is actually working or not. By the time you have or don't have revenue, something is already working or not working. And if you don't know what that is, you won't be able to find repeatability to do more of it or less of it if it's not working. So let's go to the next slide. And again, I can tell how fast I'm going, so I apologize to all of you. But again, the book's out there and we do workshops on it. So there's other ways to engage. There's a lot of different frameworks for KPIs out there. The one that we've created, I'm going to sneeze. Hold on a second. Maybe I can make it go away. Okay, went away. The one that we've created for the levers process is specific to all the steps leading up to it. So it allows you to very quickly identify if these are the unvalidated or validated high priority things. How do we measure whether or not the thing that we're doing is actually working? And more importantly, and always, no matter what the stage, I don't care if you're a $10 billion business, but especially in the early days, what does that unlock for you to be able to do next? So if I learn, for example, I'll give you a really easy example. If I learn that by creating more sales demos, I'm able to drive more, and this is going to seem really obvious, but it's the how do you do it, more customers into the contract phase. Well, then I have to figure out what are the things that I can do to achieve my sales demo goal. It's not just picking up the phone and calling more people. Like, that might do it, but that's not necessarily the more efficient way. So in this example, it might be going back to who is my customer and how do I measure whether or not that's right. And so you're always looking for, okay, if I do this thing, if I achieve this goal, if I'm able to get more sales demos, what does it unlock for me? Well, it unlocks the ability to move more people into the contract phase. If I move more people into the contract phase, what does it unlock for me? Well, it allows more people to move into the customer phase, et cetera, et cetera. And so think about that. You can extrapolate that out from just driving more customers, but even into product development, into marketing, into every aspect of your business. Whatever I'm doing, what does it unlock for me next? And that is the thing you want to measure. The ultimate dashboard that you will eventually look at is going back to your revenue formula. That's your high level dashboard, but those aren't your KPIs. That is the overall health of your business. But how do you move those numbers? That's what we're striving for here. Okay. Haley, let's skip the next slide again and go 2 more. Okay. So the one of the things that I love about the levers process, and there's a lot of things that I really do love about it, but one of the things that I love about it most is it's a little bit of a sneaky way to give you all of the things that you need to have at your fingertips in order to create a financial model and pull out of your financial model a plan of what you're actually going to go do. But the key here is not just like to build it because Amos said to build it or someone else said to build it. I want to step back and give you an idea of what a financial model should be for you at any stage of the business, but especially at an early stage. And I will tell you that if you would have asked me this question 6, 7, 8 years ago, I would have said, if you're just starting a company, don't bother building a financial model. It's not going to do you any good. I have completely changed my tune on that. And here's why. A financial model gives you the mechanics. It's 2 reasons. It will give you the mechanics of how you think your business is going to work. and a framework in order to start to test and prove whether or not you're right or wrong. So that's number one. The second reason is that your financial model over time, even from day one, is really a crystal ball. And over time, that crystal ball becomes less and less cloudy. So if I'm sitting in a coffee shop and I've got an idea for a new business and I haven't done anything, I haven't written a line of code, I haven't found the co-founder, I'm just sitting here with this idea, and I go out and go through this process, the levers process from beginning to end, and build a financial model, it actually gives me a blueprint, a really, really cloudy crystal ball of what I think the future is going to look like. And over time, if you use this correctly, it will start to be less and less cloudy. And this is why, if you look at public companies, they're able to at such a great scale, most of the time, do a really good job of forecasting things like earnings. And what you'll learn is, if you followed public markets at all, when things don't go to what their projections are, there is something outside of the model, something that is different than how they've modeled it, that has impacted what they originally believed to be true, which is the same thing that happens to a startup, except that at an early stage company, there are usually way more things that you have less visibility into. But things happen. Something can happen with the supply chain. Something can happen with a global pandemic. Something can happen with a new customer coming into the market, or a change in people's behaviors. So I really want to emphasize here that I have become a huge believer early on in building financial models, not because it's going to be right, but because it gives you the ability to have a really clear picture of what you believe the mechanics of your business will look like, and the beginning of a crystal ball. So I'm going to go back through everything and explain how to, in very quick detail, how to think about building the financial model, and then how to extract your plan from it. And I'm reminded, I thought we had till 10:45, we have to 11, so I'm going to slow down my talking just a little bit. So when you think about who I believe my customer is, there's a whole bunch of assumptions that go into that, including how are you going to engage with them? How are you going to find them? What does the sales process actually look like? How long is it going to take? How expensive is it going to be? It forces you to think about all these things and I believe in an assumption-driven financial model in your assumptions tab. Same thing with your revenue formula. What do I believe is the way we're going to make money? And what are all of the nuances that are going to go along into whether or not we're able to do that, to find repeatability? This all goes into your assumptions tab. You're validating your assumptions. This also goes into not just your assumptions tab, but in the way that you build out the week by week, month by month, and even to some degree the year by year in the early days of the things you're going to go do and how they might impact the business. And think about your KPIs. This is how you're going to be able to measure whether or not you're on the right track to the mechanics of your model actually working, so that you don't get to the end of a month or the end of a quarter or the end of the year and you look back and say, oh, I guess that didn't work. You'll start to learn how to be able to predict long in advance whether or not you're on the right track. So the really cool thing about building all of those four pieces before you sit down and try to build a financial model is that it essentially gives you, like 90% of all of the information that you're going to need in order to sit down and actually build the model. So you've done the work. You could almost think of it like a bunch of workbooks. And even if you're really, really, really proficient in building financial models, it still is a big undertaking. It still might take you 15 or 20 hours of work to go do, even though you've done a lot of the root work to it, because you learn a whole bunch about what you thought how the business was going to work versus how it's actually going to work. And if you're not super versed in building financial models, it might take you longer. It might take you 25, 30 or more hours to build it over the course of a week or 2 weeks or whatever. But what I can promise you is that when you do that, you will finish that, and you're never finished, but you will finish that version of it, and be able to say, okay, I now have a really, really deep understanding of how I believe my business will work. Good chance you're not right. I mean, for a long, long time, but over time, more and more of those pieces are right. And so this is where the framework really comes into play, which is you have the model. From that model literally tells you your plan, right? So you've built the model, you assume that this product is going to drop here and it's going to have this impact on the business. And so we need to build it in this time frame. And then you can monitor against it. Are you hitting those milestones? And then let's say you hit those milestones. Okay. So you drop the product feature at a certain time. Did it have the impact on the business over the same time period that you thought it was going to have? And you can, fill that in. And so you've got your assumptions page where you can continually adapt those assumptions to the things that you're learning, the things that are possible. Well, we thought our sales cycle was going to be 3 months. It turns out it's only 1 month, but we thought our price per customer was going to be $1,000 a month. And it turns out it's only $300 a month, right? And you can adjust these assumptions all along and it'll change throughout your whole model, turning your model into a crystal ball over time that gets more and more clear or less and less cloudy. So you can extract it. But the key to using this well is that you're constantly going back and saying, here are the things we're working on, looking at them and saying, okay, how on a week by week basis, what are we learning? How is it the same or different than what we thought was going to be true? And how do we use that over time to get more and more tight on how we're actually building our business? And so the last thing I'll say, and then we're going to move into some questions, is the thing about this process that I also love is that it is not a one and done. So when you do this, what I usually tell companies is it's in the early days, you're probably revisiting it every quarter, certainly every 6 months. It gets easier and faster to do it over time. The model building, because a lot of times you're going to have to start that over from scratch because it's going to change so much. But the other pieces, they start to move faster. Now, there's a couple of other benefits that I haven't touched on, and I intentionally held them to the end. When you're able to do this, and when you're able to do this as a senior team, whether there's 2 of you or 5 of you or 8 of you or whatever the number is, the other benefits are, one, you become really tightly aligned on exactly what you're doing, why you're doing it, and who is supposed to do what by when. It becomes really, really clear to have alignment across the entire team and really entire company. So it gives you a lot of clarity around alignment. It also helps to create a common language inside of your company, built from the top down, meaning from the leadership team down, on how you talk about the things you're doing, why you're doing them, how they're doing. And obviously it gives you a metrics framework so you can build a metrics driven team. And the last thing, and Trevor, who's one of my co-authors on the book, we joke about this. I like to say it gives you more control of your business, and he likes to say it makes you feel less out of control. The reason he says that is because, as we all know, building a company is really hard, and everything always feels like it's completely out of control. So this helps you feel a little bit less out of control because you have much greater alignment, much greater clarity, and a common way for everyone to talk about the same things and move in the same direction. So now's a great time if people have questions, and I see one already that I'm about to read and answer. But if you have questions, please definitely share them. And we've got about 11, 12 more minutes that we can go through them. So the question is, how much iteration did you do on these revenue formulas, drivers, sub-drivers as you built the business? It's a really long process. And it's different from business to business. What I usually tell people that come through Techstars or that I'm teaching this to separately is that it's more important in the early days to have an opinion of what you believe to be true versus being right. So you should not be striving to be right. You should have a strong opinion of what you believe to be true. At business.com, and just to give you some context, business.com was founded, I think, in 1998. I joined in 2004. We figured out a couple of things, particularly our W3 and our revenue formula in middle of 2005. We were about 7 million in revenue in 2005. By 2007, we were 80 million in revenue. It took us a really, really long time to get there and a lot of iteration. And once we figured it out, it was quite literally the hockey stick that you dream about. But it does take a long time. For some companies, longer than others. I think one of the reasons it took us so long is because early on we didn't use these principles, and it was when we start to put these principles in place where it gave us the clarity and the focus of where should we spend our time, how do we spend our time, and how do we get closer to that repeatability. Okay, great. Another question. What are the 3 things you hope people take away from this panel? Good question. Number 1, I'm going to give you 4. Number 1, building a metrics-driven business wins, period. It's really important that you have intuition to drive what you think you're going to do, but back it up with data and metrics. Number 2, so number 1, metrics driven win. Number 2, having, whether or not you believe in these frameworks, I actually don't care. If you don't think this is the right way for you to go, that's okay with me. But believe me, having a framework or a series of frameworks to help you get there is going to make your journey much, much more efficient. You're going to waste less time. You're going to waste less money. It's still going to be really, really hard. But if this doesn't work for you, use this as an opportunity to say, okay, I'm going to go find a framework that does, or a series of frameworks that do work for me. And number 3, this is really, really hard. And make no mistake about it. If you're building a business and you think like, oh, this is going to be easy and we're going to exit in 3 to 5 years, or, oh, okay, I know this is going to be hard, but we're going to exit in 3 to 5 years or whatever. Like, if you're going about this process, you should assume that you have just your hands and that you need to go to your backyard and you need to go dig a ditch that's 100 feet wide by 100 feet long and 100 feet deep through limestone with just your fingertips. And what I'm trying to do with this process is to say, here's a shovel or here's a backhoe to help it go a little bit faster. You don't need to do it just with your fingertips. So those are the 3, answering your questions, those are the 3 things. I guess the 4th is go buy my book. But it's okay if you don't, but go buy my book. Okay. Next question. What steps do entrepreneurs often skip? What are common assumptions we make? I would classify it this way. There's lots of sub things to what I'm about to say, but the number 1 thing that I see is that people jump to scaling and skip that they have to prove repeatability first. So you might say, I might get 3 sales, 5 customers, 7 customers, 20 customers, and say, great, I'm ready to scale. But yet you don't understand how you can do that in a repeatable fashion. And so when you do that, you're literally skipping a step. And so when you skip that step, you're now asking a bunch of people that aren't as committed to the business, that don't have as much time in the business, to go and figure out how to do the things that you have figured out, and some of which is driven by intuition. So understanding that the journey, like, I would argue, stop thinking about your business as Series C, Series A, Series B, Series C, etc. But think of it as ideation, MVP, testing, repeatability, scaling, growth, right? So, and I'll explain that. Repeatability means that I have figured out if I do one thing will happen. If I do that same thing 5 times, it will happen 5 times and back. I'll get 5 things back. That may break at some point in the scale, but I understand what that repeatability is. Don't go to scaling before you understand that. You'll waste a whole bunch of time and money. And then what I mean by growth is, so think about scaling is not actually going from 10 million to 100 million, or 1 million to 10 million, or a billion, or whatever. Scaling is I have repeatability, and now I know how to make that repeatability happen at scale. That step by itself takes a lot of work and is an area where a lot of companies mess up. Once you have that, that's when you start to actually grow. Okay, let's see. I think a good question. Okay, so there's Caroline threw a good thing in there, which is like address misconceptions around KPIs, or how to come up with KPIs. What I'll tell you is I've been doing this for a really, really long time. I work with, literally dozens of companies every single year. It is very, very hard to figure out the right KPIs for your business. So a couple of things. One, sometimes they change really frequently. Like they could change week to week, sometimes even day to day. Other KPIs may stick around for weeks or months even as you're learning. The notion that you want to put in your head, I'm going to go back to something I said probably 10 times when we were on the KPI slide, is when you look at what you're trying to achieve, what does this KPI unlock for me? And another thing that I actually skipped over saying is all of your KPIs, all of the things you're doing, how do they tie to your revenue formula? It may be 7 or 8 levels deep, but how do they actually tie to your revenue formula? And if they don't, take a pause and ask yourself why. Maybe you're not working on the right thing, or maybe there's something you're working on that you just forgot to include in your revenue formula. And also always think about whether or not they are leading or lagging. And I know this is another way to say, what does it unlock for you? But one of the most common mistakes that I see with KPIs is that people go to lagging KPIs, not leading KPIs. Revenue, number of customers. Those are things that don't tell you what to do next. They told you what has already happened. So how do you figure out a KPI that tells you what to do next? Okay. Another question. We got about 4 minutes left. Any changes you'd make to this for more consulting, contracting-based businesses for CPC? Yeah, so it's a great question. So the question is said differently is, it makes sense on how it applies to a CPC business. Does it make sense when you're talking about other types of businesses? I have quite literally applied this to consulting businesses that do tens of millions of dollars, apparel businesses, SaaS businesses, B2C companies. I've pressure tested it. I have yet to find a business where you can't, there are little nuances that might be different, right? Those are hard to answer sort of broadly without asking you a bunch of questions, but those are more specific to your business versus more broadly consulting business versus B2B SaaS versus apparel. So yes, there are nuances that will change, but generally speaking, the framework will work regardless of the type of business it is. Cool. Any other questions? We got about 3 minutes left. And I hope this was really good for everybody. I really do hope that people are walking away with at least one thing. And I know I said 4, but at least one thing, which is like, I have to figure out how do I create a disciplined way to figure out whether or not I'm right or wrong. Great. Well, there's no more questions. With that, I thank you all for joining me today. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have an awesome startup week. We live in such a killer place. Let's keep making Austin awesome. Have an awesome day, everybody.
Thanks,
Bye.
Amos.
Yeah.
Bye. All right. Great. So the next session, I'm also really excited about. It's our last session of the day. We're going to be talking about customers and community as an early stage startup. So we'll hear from local founders and community experts. So this is really top of the line content here on what it's like to create community amongst your customers and for your brand at an early stage. Some of these companies were pre-product when they were kind of going over this this concept, and how to then in turn use that community of customers to leverage, changes to your product roadmap or just more awareness around your brand and what you're building. So we're going to bring up Alex Friedman again, CEO and founder of Talk Howdy, and Claire Siegel, CEO and founder of Flourish, and her co-founder, John Ganthier. And then finally, our moderator and panelist, Nick Gillicuddy from Carta. Hi, James.
Hey everyone, hope everyone's doing well down in Austin. Love the city. It's been a couple of years, but I always look forward to getting down there. So kind of just by way of agenda today, we'll quickly kind of run around the group here, introduce ourselves, give a little bit of background on what we've done and why we are where we are today. But really kind of the goal of today's session to kind of piggyback a little bit on what Carolyn said is we want to make sure that we're discussing how to use and leverage community, and therefore customers as well, as you think about going from 0 to 1 and then 1 to 10, et cetera. And specifically, kind of what is the importance of specific communities that help you scope your problem? What's the importance of building community pre-product in order to know how to gain customers and how to use them for early stage feedback to basically enable faster iteration cycles and feedback cycles. Then also the role that community can play in building and maintaining and evangelizing your product and brand over time. We'll also talk about a little bit towards the end about, how to say no to community and how to think about being user informed, not user driven. So with that, to my panelists, did I miss anything, or does that sound like a good agenda? Perfect.
Sounds awesome.
So I'll just quickly introduce myself first, and then pass it off. So James from McGillicuddy, work here at Carta. I've been here for about 3 years. Excuse me. This is my third startup. Although Carta's fairly large now. But before that, I was a COO of a company called SourceGraph, which is a code search engine. It was 2 founders and a dog when I showed up. It's about, I think, a couple hundred folks now, and is doing just fantastically well. Before that, I worked at a business called Relate IQ, which Salesforce bought back in 2015. I was the first business hire outside the founding team, and started my career as a growth equity investor at a firm called Summit Partners. So I've kind of been on both sides of the table of investing and building, and really get a lot of energy every day from getting up and helping use my community to further the mission of the companies I've worked at, and specifically right now, Carta. So Alex, you want to go for it?
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. Hi, James. Hi, Claire. Hi, John. Hi, I'm Alex Friedman. I'm the founder of Talk Howdy. We are a vertical search engine for online communities and events. I also recently launched Founder Gigs, which is a talent marketplace for founders to find part-time and hourly work other startups. And previously, I was the program manager for both Techstars Austin and Techstars Impact, where I got to work with a bunch of different founders and also build community that way.
Awesome. Claire?
Yeah, I'll go next. So I'm Claire, CEO and founder of Flourish. We help women get healthy for good through the full spectrum of behavioral health, and we do so by offering a subscription membership that offers our members unlimited access to credentialed experts, community support, and also an evidence-based education.
Great. And last but not least, John.
Yep, that leaves me. I am Jonathan Ganthier. I am Claire's co-founder at We Flourish, acting mostly as a business lead, thinking a lot about all of the business things. I started working with Claire probably 2 years ago through taking a class during my MBA. I've really seen the power of community through there, and then also worked with Techstars as well and saw what we can do when we come together as well there. So excited to talk more about it with y'all.
Awesome. So I think, probably some folks in the audience might be thinking like, kind of like, how do you define community? Like, what is community? So maybe that's just a good place to start. We'll kind of leave out the, Webster's dictionary community definition. But Alex, like, maybe just like, how do you define community? How do you think about community to start? And then, it would be awesome to hear how you've kind of evolved your community over time and thought about leveraging them.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest mistakes people make when they try to define community is they look at it from a very numbers driven thing, like how many people are in the community, how things like that. When really it's about you can have a very powerful and strong community when there's 10 to 15 people. So it's really about are the people coming together? Do they share the same vision? Do they share the same values? And then what is the ultimate goal of the people within the community? Is it to learn? Is it to support each other? Is it to connect? Is it to get healthy for good? What is the ultimate goal and how can that drive it? So community can mean different things to different people. I think really the important thing is finding the community that feels right for you and aligns with your values more so than anything. I'm not sure if that's exactly the question that you're looking for. That's kind of how I look at community from a very, very high level.
Yeah, totally. Fantastic. And then there's a couple of follow-ons there, but we'll hear from Claire and John maybe, and then we can kind of jump into the next level down.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alex really summed it up quite well. I think something important as you're thinking about community as it relates to your business is understanding how, first and foremost, your customer sees community and what, to kind of echo Alex, what she said, what they're looking to get out of being involved in a community, if they're even aware of the fact that they're looking for a community, or if they're even aware of the potential benefits of being part of a community. And then using that information, developing a better understanding of how your community can ultimately serve your business. I think these two questions are especially important right now, where community is such a buzzword, and we see communities kind of being like attached onto businesses as a feature where there's not really a clear ROI for the customer or the business itself. And so I think it's really important to think through just foundationally, again, where does community fit in the eyes of your customer, and then in the purpose of the business that you're building.
I think sorry, John.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the interesting thing about defining community is I don't know if it can totally be defined. Just like echoing off of what Claire was saying, like I think it means something different to everyone. And a community can mean like a small group of people. It can mean a business. It can mean what nationality you are. Like it can mean so many different things. So I think it's hard to put like a real definition to it.
Right. And that goes along with almost exactly what I was thinking, right? Like you, James, mentioned that we're going to leave out the textbook definition of community. I mean, it is just a group of people, but where I think the magic of community lies is where there's that really deep connection, right? And there's like some sort of really common bond, or it doesn't even have to be a goal necessarily, but like something that is really in common. I think the engagement in a community, for me, is what really defines a true community rather than just a group of individuals, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. And how have you guys thought, like when you've gone from 0 to 1? And Alex, you brought up the great point that community doesn't have to be 50, 100, 200. It could be 15 people. It could be a million people. Communities are all different shapes and sizes. How have you all thought about kind of taking that one little kind of like trace of community, fervent supporters, and then starting to build like a movement or product or really a business around that? And tactile examples would be great. I can actually start with a quick example. So my previous company, a company called SourceGraph, it's a code search engine. And as folks know, I'm sure there's some developers in the audience. Raise your hand. Okay, I can't see you, but hopefully some hands raised. There's all different languages that developers can write in. Go, Java, JavaScript, TypeScript, et cetera, et cetera. And what we did to kind of start is we leveraged the open source Go community to provide code intelligence at the time. So a way to really understand how code works. And because the technology required analysis of every single language in order for it to work in that given language, we couldn't start off servicing the TypeScript community. We couldn't start off servicing the JavaScript community or the Java community. So we started with the Go community, and we got a bunch of fervent supporters, a bunch of folks in the Go community called Gophers. That's what they call themselves, that were just so incredibly passionate about what SourceGraph had built. And then from there, we were able to add on other languages, and this kind of organic kind of community building around a fervent belief in a really, really useful, game-changing product at the time, still is obviously, was really a way to kind of help us snowball community. And then we were able to basically use those learnings to make that kind of Go analyzer even better, to get more of those folks, and then snowball that into kind of other languages. So that's just an example of how we kind of leveraged community back then to do that. And obviously, at Carta, we've done it by starting with the venture community, which turns out to be a pretty big business. But yeah, Alex, Claire, John, any kind of tactical examples like that for the audience?
Yeah, I can actually use an example that happened very, very recently. I've worked with thousands of founders now, just from my experience with Techstars, and doing things after. And one thing that consistently came up was people asking me for part-time roles or hourly roles with other startups, and I had no idea where to find it. So I've been getting more active on Twitter, and I ended up tweeting it out, just asking if anyone had any places that I could send my friends to. And people started responding to it being like, oh, it's a great idea. So, but didn't have any place to actually go. So I ended up building it in no code and launching it. That's what Founder Gigs is. And ended up getting, we're at 975 signups in about 2.5 weeks. So that literally all just happened through the power of community and through the power of listening to your community, which I think is like one of the biggest things about it, and leveraging really like who are the people around you and how can you start solving problems for those people. And then the other example was my first company, which was a nail polish product. Is I built up a following on Instagram, where it was all people that were obsessed with nail polish. And so I brought them along for the ride, and I would ask them like, do you like this color more? And this was like pre-production. I literally had a prototype. And I would ask them, like, what color do you like more? Vote on it. Or I would ask them like, do you like it with glitter? Do you like it without glitter? Like, you bring people along for the ride. And then the first day I launched it, we sold over 1,000 units. And like, that's what happens when you really like involve people in the process and make them feel like they're not just a customer, but they're actually like a part of this building. And like, you actually, they mean a lot to you. And it makes it actually way more fun too, to build a business.
That's great. Claire or John, any kind of thoughts to that extent?
Yeah, I mean, I would say our experience was somewhat similar to Alex's in terms of building on social media first. I would say a lot of the growth, I guess, we've had with Flourish and growing our subscription membership has been kind of off the back of my personal brand. But I think the more that I have learned about community and social media and personal brands, the more I realize that having a personal brand and having a large Instagram or Twitter or whatever presence does not a community make. I think, Alex, your example of kind of building in public with your nail polish company is a beautiful example of how you can build community around social media. But for those of you in the audience who are thinking about how you can leverage your own self as a founder, CEO, and again, personal brand, it's not the same thing as community, right? Because that is almost like a one-to-one connection of one follower to one individual. That's what I had at first. And then as we began to run essentially a group-oriented coaching program, that's when I started to learn about the power of community in our business. And learning that for us, at least and we learned this through experimentation and testing different messages, and also just talking, of course, to our customers. For us, community is not an acquisition tool, right? Like, our customers aren't actually looking for community, or at least the vast majority of them, because they don't know that they need to, because especially with the women that we work with, the work that they've done on nutrition and health and their relationship with their body and things like that, they've always done it alone. And they're not even in a sort of stage of awareness where they recognize kind of the pitfalls of that. But what we do realize is that once our members are in the community, it is a massive driver of retention. And that experience of connection is, again, a benefit that they're not even aware that they're looking for. And so we craft our marketing message to reflect that, where we're not, waving the community flag necessarily to our members, but we're doing everything we can once they're in the platform to support that engagement with the community and that feeling of connectedness.
And James, you talked about going from 0 to 1. So I watched Claire sort of build this thing. She was building an audience beforehand. And I think about how, for you, Claire, it seemed like to me from, again, the outside looking in, that you started building sort of just by sharing very authentically something that you cared about, and noticed that a lot of people started following you and engaging with you based on that content and based on the stuff that you were sharing. And it seems almost like there was this recognition that like there's this community here, right? But they don't know each other necessarily yet, but there's the opportunity based on all of these people who are engaging in such a positive way to build a community for them, right? And so maybe it started with personal brand and just sharing in general, right? But that kind of gave us the idea of like, here's an opportunity to connect a lot of people who share something in common and who could build like an actual authentic connection with each other. So
totally.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I kind of wanted to like touch on something Claire said, which I think is actually very, very important. A lot of people don't realize that they're looking for community. So like if you ask someone, like I get this whole trend right now, it's a buzzword, as Claire also mentioned, where it's like everyone's like, join our community. People aren't really, that's not how you get like engaged members to your community. People are looking for conversations. They're looking for connections. They're looking for support. They're looking for like, so really what your job is as a founder is find out what your customers are actually looking for and then form that into a community, not like join our community. Because if you're just saying join our community, you're going to have a bunch of people in a Slack group that aren't talking to each other. That's what's going to happen. But if you say, hey, we want to enable you to have the right conversations or to get the right support, way different and a way different mentality.
Totally. I will also add, depending on your business model and your plan for monetization, join our community is not necessarily a great message because so many communities are free, right? Mm-hmm. So again, to the extent that it's not what the customer is looking for, and again, they have so many free options. If you're thinking about something like us, a paid subscription membership, why would someone join your community when I could go join a Facebook group or a free Slack channel or just exist on Twitter? There has to be something else there.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you touched on most people don't know that they're looking for community. I think in general some of the best products and services out there, people don't know they were looking for it and they kind of stumbled into it. And they might show up for the community, but then they might stay kind of for the service, which I think is pretty powerful. There are also a number of examples throughout the years around people, might not actually, stay for the service, but they'll contribute to the community. So there was this famous court case back in the 80s, I think, where there was the Microsoft help boards, and there would be a number of people that would just go on and basically be working like 30 or 40 hours a week, just answering questions for the community. And, they would do that without pay. And if you look at the open source community as it pertains to code, like there are people maintaining giant open source projects that aren't making a dime. And they do it for kind of community. So I think kind of the underlying kind of, part of this is that, people crave human connection, and that the community can bring a different sense of utility than just the product that you're selling and offering. And if you build an all-around community product business ethos around providing utility for the person that chooses to engage for one of those aforementioned things, that can help kind of drive your brand. And then you'll pull people along that want to buy something from you, or people that just want to support you. And that's super, super important as you think about the world of kind of product-led evangelism that is so persistent, and I think will continue to grow with the busyness of kind of ad spend today. So by the way, I don't know if people can ask questions. I forgot during the login the other day if they can, but if people can ask questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Caroline, sorry if I messed that up. Also, one other interesting thing is maybe talking about, considering it's startup week, so people probably starting companies, maybe like some of the early stage kind of community learnings of what not to do. I think that's actually really important, really, really important kind of as people think about kind of their kind of business, whether it's from community or customers or both. So any ideas there that folks would love to share on mistakes they've learned or lessons they've learned from mistakes they've made with engaging with community in the right or wrong way?
Alex, I feel like you have definitely a few, and I'm curious what you think of this. I think it is really helpful to create some sort of like hierarchy in a community. And by that, I really just mean having like a designated leader or driver of community and engagement. In Flourish, that comes in the form of our group coaching calls, where we have kind of one person in charge who guides conversation and calls on people and can lead a discussion and also kind of like moderate, right? Cutting someone off if they're hogging the mic or what have you, and replicating that same experience in our member platform. It has historically not worked really well when it's kind of just left up to whoever is the loudest in the room to be that community leader, because either you get kind of the wrong person leading the community and guiding the conversation, or it's just total cricket. So I know that's something that we've found. Alex, I don't know. I know you've run many different experiments with how to get community up and running. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think the hierarchy is really important. I would actually rather I'd rather like switch that word to empowering, and like empowering certain members to have more responsibility or to have better buy-in with your community is really important. Like what will happen, and there's this whole like statistic when it comes to community that it's 99-1. So 90% of your community is going to be like lurkers, or like pretty much very, very passive. 9% are going to be like, like they're engaging, liking things. And then 1% are really, really going to drive everything that you do. You want to lean into that 1%, and you want to empower that 1% to continue doing that. So that means like maybe don't have a ton of rules, like have some guidelines, but it doesn't mean that you need to like be super strict and control everything. But then also don't let it be a free for all. Trust me, don't do that one. I think that's really important. I'm like trying to think what else are like really valuable learning lessons. Have a plan, like even if it's just a framework of a plan. I know with community being like such a buzzword and so hot right now, it's really easy to say like, okay, I'm going to launch a community, and then you drop everyone into a Slack or Discord. But really when that happens is you just have an empty Slack or Discord. I have an empty Slack. It doesn't like in it, and that's what happens. So unless you're like empowering people to really take charge and continue the conversations and to host things, like it'll end up being crickets, and then it's kind of just a waste of everyone's time. But like if you put together a plan and really think of it as a job, because a lot of these communities are now, I mean, that's pretty much the basis of the Talk Howdy business model. Is a lot of these communities are now becoming small businesses, and they're run like small businesses, which means that there's people in charge, there's people coming in to do events, there's like parameters around it. And what you need to do is when you're building that out is think about what you want the community to look like, think about what kind of people you want it to attract, and then start building out from there.
That's great. And Claire, I hope the bad moderator thing wasn't pointed at me. Not that I thought it was.
Certainly not. Doing a great job.
No. I'm kidding. Gonna make it lively. That's awesome. So actually, Alex, to that like point, I think you said something like really, really pertinent. It's like, you know, we're all in kind of empty Slacks and Discords. And you know, you said, you know, you like you had to have someone kind of, you know, in there kind of like curating it. Any advice for folks out there that are trying to build community kind of in this, you know, pandemic world, that, you know, knock on wood, we're coming out of it, but you know, how is building community been difficult? How, you know, in the pandemic, what are some of the tactics that you all have used? What hasn't worked? That would be awesome to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, I actually building community during the pandemic world has been great, because I think people have realized that the lack of community really gets to them. But like I said, it all goes back to having a plan. Like decide what you want your community to look like. Does everyone meet synchronously? Does everyone talk asynchronously? Do y'all have weekly meetups? Do you have hosted events? Is there just an open room where people can hop in? There's so many different types of communities that you can do here, so you can really tailor it. So that's one way, is like have a plan. The second thing is have like an intention, like a group intention. So like, what do you want everyone to get out of it? If you're just doing it because you're like, oh, like this might be cool and maybe I'll check in on it every once in a while, it's going to fail. Like as simple as that. Like it probably will fail. But if you say, okay, I want everyone to connect over this topic specifically, or I want them to feel supported, or I want them to have better conversations, you can engage people and you can build a framework around that. So like, for instance, if I wanted to continue on with my community of founders, I would invite in other founders like Claire and John and say, hey, they're going to do a talk on this to my group of founders, because it's continuing the conversations that I want people to be having within my community.
John or Claire, anything to add to that?
No, I think that was beautifully put. Like I mentioned, I mean, the whole thing for me about community is driving that engagement. And to Alex's point, it's about getting creative and making sure that you're grabbing the reins and making sure that your community is engaged. You're providing the content that you want them to engage with. And for me, if I think about going from 0 to 1, I'm trying to identify the people who are like most bought into whatever this community is centered around, right? Like I want to find those evangelists, as you mentioned, the people who are going to drive conversation potentially in my absence and, you know, help other people stay engaged as well.
Awesome. So it looks like we do have a question from the audience, from Haley. Question, I actually wanted to ask if as a founder, having a personal brand is a necessary condition to building a brand and therefore community for my startup. Thanks, Haley. I am not a founder. I don't have a huge brand. So I will let someone else speak to this.
I can jump in. Oh, John, go ahead. You want to? Okay. I'm guessing based on the way that this question is being asked and also the fact that it is being asked, that perhaps this is not something that this person in particular is drawn to, in which case I would say, I don't think there's any necessary conditions for being a founder or having a business or starting up a startup. Like, I don't really believe in these absolutes. And I would also say that if growing your personal brand, or I don't know, I don't even love that terminology, but whatever, growing your personal brand is not something that you're sort of drawn to or inclined to do, then no. It does take time. It takes intention and planning and thoughtfulness. And I think it just takes a certain desire to be that figurehead. And by the same token, I think it can be a huge asset to your business, right? So if it is something that you're drawn to, or at least you're open to being drawn to and exploring, then I would say it can be a huge differentiator and again, a huge asset to whatever it is that you're building or want to build.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. I don't think that it's certainly a necessary condition. I think where it's been helpful probably is when we're going out potentially to like raise money, right? Like people know who you are, you've met with them, you've got a connection with them, they like what you're doing, they like who you are. That's one thing, but is it absolutely necessary? Definitely not. I think the one thing in startup land that cures everything is growth, right? So if you have a good idea, you're executing on it, you can have no personal brand and be somewhat of an unknown quantity. And if your business speaks for itself, then that's the end of that. And in my experience and personal opinion, so.
It's funny because Claire and I were actually literally just texting about this 2 days ago about personal brands. I'll say the same thing my dad always says about money is it doesn't guarantee happiness, but it makes things a lot easier.
Yeah.
So building out a personal brand and having a personal brand, it does make things easier because you can leverage that brand to do your marketing. So like Founder Gigs, we have 900-ish signups, right? That was all just from my personal brand on Twitter. And so doing that, you have to supplement it with something else. So if you don't want to build out your personal brand, learn how to do a different type of marketing channel a lot better. Like I'm not very good at other marketing channels, but I'm good at talking to people. So I'm going to like lean into that. And that's really, it's just like a give and take of any type of marketing.
Yeah. And I would say one sort of thing to perhaps caution against is just thinking about, okay, if this business is reliant on my personal brand, and if I am, going to try and grow and scale this thing and especially go out to potentially raise funds, like how do I tell that story? How do I make it clear that my personal brand only adds to the business and that it doesn't become a bottleneck for the business or like a rate limiting factor? I think that's something that we've historically I would say like probably 2 years ago when we were kind of operating under a different business model, that was sort of like a red flag to potential investors or stakeholders or even mentors. And we've learned how to kind of scale me and also develop a Flourish brand alongside of it such that we're kind of both growing in a very complementary way.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And the other thing too is I've been fortunate to work with a number of tremendous founders, and it really all kind of depends. I've worked with founders. I've worked for founders that have zero online brand, zero presence, but what they're known for is just building incredible product and solving really hard problems. And within their community, they're known as kind of the person. I think it's, pretty challenging today to kind of look at Twitter and look at Instagram and kind of look at these giant brands around people that have been started that just happen to have a business as well. And it could be a chicken and egg problem. They might have a giant brand now because of the success that they've had, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they had that first. And in general, kind of doing things to accelerate your business is just generally the best thing, obviously. So if that means building your personal brand, then go do that. But if it means instead of spending 5 hours a week writing tweet storms or writing blog posts, and that's recruiting the next great product person, the next great engineer, the next great recruiter, then spend time doing that. And there are different kind of inflection points of your business as you scale and grow it, where you're going to go from the proverbial taking the trash out to kind of being high level and just recruiting and just kind of being direction and vision. And that's, I think, oftentimes where you'll see brand really kind of come in. So let's see, any other questions on here? Nope, not yet. Please, folks, ask questions. Love them. But just in case, we have some more teed up. So how would you, if you look at each of your individual companies, how would you think about kind of the early, the kind of earliest members of your community? And then how do they kind of help you go from 0 to 1? We heard obviously, Alex, about kind of the nail polish community that from the community that you had built, but what are some of the other ways that have helped you go from 0 to 1? And then also what are some of the kind of guiding principles around not listening to your community, because actually it might be better for them down the road if you don't kind of adopt that new product or kind of take and internalize that feedback? Anyone want to jump in? Great.
I can jump in here. I'll dive into the kind of not listening to your community piece. I mean, your customers are such a gold mine of information. And I think that's something that we got out of the Techstars experience. We did Techstars with, I don't know if we said this, we did Techstars with Alex earlier this year, which is how we know each other. But it's so easy as a founder to get caught up in every single minute detail of the business. And there's always so many things that can be done. And you always feel like, you've got this great gut instinct and intuition about how to build the business. And that can get you really far. But I think to really grow in a intelligent and intentional way, you have to do so with your customers in mind. Now, that doesn't mean that if your customer tells you that they want accountability buddies, that's the thing that you go out and build. So we always take, especially when it comes to specific feature requests, which we don't necessarily ask for, but often get, taking that kind of with a grain of salt and thinking through, one, is this necessary? Does this really serve kind of what we know to be true about our customers in terms of their desired levels of engagement, what we've seen in the past? And also, is there a low res way of testing this idea out, especially before we put it into our product development cycle? Because you can spend a lot of time and financial resources building, based on the whims of your customers. And they may not, be right there. So I think it is so helpful to gather as much quantitative and qualitative data as you can from your community members, but then you have to be the one to kind of zoom out, synthesize it, test it, and then really put it into practice, which takes time, but it's a worthwhile investment.
Yeah. So I've been fortunate where I've kind of worked on launching, kind of building early product and launching three different products now. Actually, 4. One failed in college. But one of the things I think is super important is kind of being really empathetic to your customers and your community, hearing what their problems are, but not actually building what they say that they kind of want. It's your job as a kind of builder, creator, founder to figure out what the pain is and then build the solution for the market. And that's kind of a nuanced point between being user informed and user driven. Henry Ford always says, if I ask people what they would have wanted, would have wanted a faster horse. And oftentimes people will basically articulate the problem that they have with solutions that they would want. And while that's important to kind of hear and listen to them, you should bring that back to your laboratory, your idea factory, and then, kind of dissect that problem. So in my first company, Relate IQ, we knew that, a huge problem was, all of basically it was a next gen CRM business. And instead of, logging information into Salesforce, we built a completely vertically integrated CRM where we would actually automatically capture all of your emails, your contacts, your calendar invites, and then we'd actually show you who else on your team was in an active conversation. And one of the big parts there is that a lot of the customers early on were saying, I'd love it if I could kind of augment or delete this email out of the system. I'd love to change some of the metadata. And we really stuck to our guns on it because one of the core product principles was automatic. And if we started letting users kind of change the fidelity of kind of our product principles, it's very much a slippery slope. So for a while we had to kind of grin and bear as some of the outliers were upset about the fact that they couldn't remove information from the system, but we really stuck by our guns on that. So it ends up actually really helping folks. Oftentimes they just don't realize it. It's almost like eating your vegetables, which I could probably eat a few more vegetables in COVID. But I think that's super, super important for folks is, it's your vision, it's your company, be empathetic to the market, be user informed, but not kind of user driven on the really foundational things, especially for kind of the window dressings and the frills, totally engage with them, put those things in the product in your service. But for the big kind of platform product principles, company game changing products and services, you really need to stick by your vision. All right, looks like we have anyone have anything else to add? If not, we have another question. Great. So anonymous question. In regards to personal brands, have any of you ever experienced hiccups in refining your personal brand? How do you navigate being young and passionate without coming off as brash, arrogant, etc.? Great question, considering that a lot of the Twitter sphere and whatever else out there is kind of, people get a rise out of a brash, arrogant statement, attacking people. I don't have a big personal brand, so I'll let someone else take it away first. John, any thoughts on this or what you've seen?
Yeah, I'm fortunate to be a beneficiary of Claire's personal brand. I do think that you have a point, though. It's an interesting state that we're in, right? Because a lot of the algorithms reward outlandish behavior and being brash and making these big statements. Is that what you want to be known for? Is a different question than will it help you gain a following, right? And so I guess you have to think about which one's more important to you and sort of lay out the map of where you're trying to go and where you're trying to get to. Tech is full of notoriously brash and arrogant people. And again, it's not always a disqualifier. It's not always good either, but I'll let Claire and Alex probably speak more to it because they have more experience building it, refining it, and working on it, whereas I am more behind the scenes and sort of heads down in Excel most of the time.
Alex, you go first.
Okay. Great question. First of all, I think that there are certain things you can say that might come off a little brash without being offensive. I'll say definitive statements all the time on Twitter, which literally can just be being a founder is lonely. And people are like, yeah, that's true. I think the way you can navigate it without coming off as arrogant is by being like vulnerable. Like I talk all the time about mental health. I talk about my own mental health struggles. I talk about my failures. I also talk about my wins. I really talk about every aspect of being a founder, not just the really, really good parts of it. Because a lot of the time, a lot of people only talk about the really, really good parts of things. That's like the problem with social media, right? Like everyone knows that. So I think just being like pretty authentic in what you're doing, who you actually are beneath the surface, is the best way to do that without people being like, oh, they're just bragging all the time on social media.
I could not agree more with that. In terms of just being authentic and not pretending like everything is perfect and rosy all the time, especially if you are building a community of founders around you. A couple things that I've learned, and I would say my personal brand is more so directed to like our direct consumer. We're a D2C business. So, and I've personally evolved quite a bit since I started blogging back in like 2011. And I've had to be really thoughtful about how my personal and professional views have evolved and how I share that without looking wishy-washy or like I don't know what I'm talking about, right? And so I think I have a few things that I keep in mind a lot when I'm thinking about what to share, whether it's on Twitter or more so where I've built my personal brand on Instagram. I think one thing is sharing from your scars and not your wounds. Right. So if you're actively going through something, that's probably not the thing that you want to like live tweet. Right. But once you've had time to kind of digest it and learn from it, and again, it's kind of scarred over, if you will, that's a beautiful time to share and to do so from a really thoughtful and to Alex's point, vulnerable and authentic place when that vulnerability makes sense. Like Brene Brown talks a lot about the fine line between vulnerability and oversharing, and I won't attempt to teach her work here, but that's something to be aware of. Remembering that you are always representing your business, like always representing your business is so incredibly important. And that happens when you're driving in your car and you're having road rage, or you're speaking with a waiter, or you're out buying sunglasses or whatever, right? You are always representing your business. I think that's true for every founder, but especially true if you are someone with a personal brand, just remembering that you are a figurehead and representing what you're building. And then the last thing, and this might be perhaps the most freeing, is that you just can't control how people feel about you. You like really cannot control how people feel about you. You cannot control what they think about you. So do your best and know that not everyone is going to like you, and that's okay. That's not your job.
Yeah, totally. Well, thanks for that, team. So, all right, nice. Some more questions rolling in from Joseph Wade. If you were building a community and starting from zero, what would your first 30 days look like? That's a loaded question. It's a fantastic question, and I think it's really dependent on the type of business that you're building. I'd say that, first and foremost, if you want to think of this early community in this case as kind of your first cohort of customers, you want to basically engage with them and get feedback. Oh, that's a bad angle. I'd go out there and engage with them and empathetically listen to them. Listen to what their problems are. Listen to what some of their solutions might be, not because you should just go build that, but because there's some signal within there. And I do this in a fairly scientific way. I would sit down, come up with a list of the questions that you want. I would be very, very focused on customer segmentation and community segmentation. That's something that I think people don't talk enough about, especially in early stage companies. Once you kind of grow up, you hire this function called product marketing. And product marketing, I believe, is one of the most overlooked functions of a company early on. Oftentimes it's taken on by the founder who has the vision, but even the most amazing founders can really benefit early on from a product marketer, and especially if you're kind of in the B2B world, let's say, and that's been my experience. Because if you have your sales folks and your go-to-market folks out there they're saying, hey, this customer wants this to the product folks. And then the product folks are like, typical sales folks. And I've been one of these people telling us what to build. You have a product marketer there that's really kind of the voice of the customer and the voice of your community, and understanding them, segmenting them, I think is super, super important. So a little bit of a tangent there at the end, but I'd say be very, very scientific early on to at least get the signal of where to start within your vision. And I'll pass it off to the panel or my panelists here to kind of dive in a little bit more.
First 30 days, what would I do? I would build out a plan. I would literally write out a schedule of the 30 days. I would look at it from a week by week basis. I would try to organize it. Okay, so like the first week, what are you going to do? Are you going to do reach out? Are you going to decide who you want the community to be for? You want to do things that are very like base level logistics. So like, what platform do you want to use? Are you going to monetize it? Who's it for? How to reach out to people, etc. So that's like what I would do the first week. Second week, I would get into like, what's the reach out plan? How are you going to like acquire people for your communities? Or for your community, I should say. And then after that, I would look at scheduling out things and like, what's the structure going to be like? So are you going to have once weekly meetings? Are you going to do events? Are you going to have small groups? Like, what does that look like if you're creating a community from scratch? Yeah, I think that's what the first, and just to reiterate the question was, if you were building a community and starting from zero, what would your first 30 days look like? So I think that's what my first 30 days would look like.
Yeah, to kind of jump off of what Alex said, I think all of that and as many customer conversations as you could have. And with those different touch points that Alex mentioned, exploring and experimenting with different things to figure out what engagement looks like in your community. Do most people want to be on a group call, or do they want it to be like webinar style where you're just presenting? Do they want it to happen in a chat thread, right? Different people engage and connect and take in information in different ways. And also understanding what that kind of time commitment looks like. That's something that we've had to really think about with our product, especially because it's, again, direct to consumer. This is our jobs. Certainly for me as a founder, I think about it 24/7, but our customer isn't. And so when we're thinking about how much time that we're asking for them to invest in, being in this community, we have to have realistic expectations and think about making it as easy and enriching and enjoyable as possible for them to do so. So it doesn't just become like another thing on the box for them to check off. And I think yes, you can experiment your way to finding those answers, and you should. And also you'll probably learn a lot just from having those types of conversations with your customers.
I think that's right. And I have maybe a slightly different perspective. I think I'm generally maybe a bit less, I should say maybe a bit more freeform, Claire, than the way that you think. But I think assuming that there's a plan of like an idea of what you want your community to center around, I think my first 30 days, again, not that this is right or wrong, this is just how I think, first thing would be a lot of outreach. And again, really trying to identify true believers, evangelists, like the people who you have conversations with who seem to be really interested, really engaged with what you're talking about. I would try to have deeper conversations with them, and then maybe even help them sort of shape what we do into, like you said, Claire, what does it look like? How are we going to host this community? How often are we going to meet? What does the time commitment look like? That way, we've already gotten this core group of believers. Now you're helping them feel a bit of ownership over this community. It's going to give them, I think, a lot of motivation and make it a lot easier to recruit other people into the community. And then basically after a couple, weeks, start thinking through, now that we've gone through this, we've got some people here, how do we make it even better? Just start optimizing bit by bit and sort of rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I think there's a great point about Claire, about being really intentional with people's time. That's, I think, one way to build, you should be respectful to whomever, but, really being respectful of people's time up front, I think is so, so important in the early days, especially when, your website's going to crash or you're going to deliver the wrong, service. You need folks that just from day one think you're respectful with their time and their perspective. Great. We have some more questions coming in from Steven DeGrazia. Can you talk about building your early community / customer base, and if they want to become early investors of the company, and how to approach that? Good question there, Stephen. I think it all kind of depends on kind of where the business is. If the folks, have the means to invest, and you can get them incentivized by more than just impacting their life with your product, or their company's life with their product, then by all means. Every company that I've worked at, we've given folks that are early customers the ability to invest, and that might be from the founder having a personal relationship with an early customer as part of their community to start, from a pre-existing company, or just a personal relationship. So sure, I think it's fine to let folks invest and have skin in the game. I think that you'll see more and more kind of like micro equity grants that are starting to be given out. There's a cool company called Cabal that does this, CABAL, and they basically allow your customers and your community to perform actions, and then they get little micro equity grants, versus the traditional, John's an advisor, I'm going to give him 20 basis points of the company. Well, what if you had, that same 20 basis points if you gave it out to 5 or 6 other people? But yeah, I think it's completely fine. And the more folks that can be on board helping your success, the more likely you are to be successful. Anyone else?
Yeah. So for we pivoted a few months ago. We used to run these small group communities, and we had, I think, like 3 of our beta users ask if they could invest, which was like an amazing feeling. It was awesome. We actually weren't raising now. But one way that we were able to move that relationship away from like an investor relationship is empowering them to be like these beta users that, like having more calls with them, doing mentorship with them. I'm still really good friends with all 3 of them, which has been like really fun. So I think that if you have customers and community members that want to be early investors, like lean into it. That's a great signal. And also, if you can find a way to get them involved, even if it's not through investment, they're going to be by your side for like the longevity of your business, because they already love what you're doing when you're at like literally ground zero. So I say lean into it as much as you possibly can.
Great. John or Claire, anything to add, or should we jump on to the next question?
That's perfect. I think that was very well put.
Great. Totally great. From Bill Kleinbecker, any companies supporting the quote communities providing value use blockchain to be paid? So any companies that are supporting your communities, can you use blockchain to pay them? Seems to be a lower cost offering solution to this feature. Is offering discounts with a coupon. I don't know of any other kind of blockchain based businesses like this, but maybe there's someone looking to start a business out there. You can thank Bill for the idea. Do you guys know of any blockchain based businesses to this extent?
That is a little too deep tech for me. I'm a consumer guy here.
Great. Any other questions around this? Any questions from the audience? All right. So maybe to kind of wrap things up here, because I know we just have a couple minutes left. Any kind of words of wisdom, and I'm going to frame it to, if there's only one piece of advice you can give the audience about the community and building a great community, what is that one piece of advice before we wrap up here? You have 5 seconds to think about it.
10 true believers is better than 100 idle community members. That's my one piece of advice.
I like that.
Yeah, and I would just reiterate, know why community matters for your customer and for your business. Don't just tack it on as a side thought.
Claire stole mine, but yeah, I would say make a plan. Like go in with an intention of what you want people to get out of the community and why they're there.
And mine is start small, create value small, and that will snowball. And so especially for people that are dreaming big. Great.
Amen.
Any other questions? All right, it looks like we can wrap. So thanks everyone so much for the time today. Wish everyone the best of luck in their ventures. And I think you all can feel free to reach out to us on email or on any of the social networks that folks might be on. It sounds like Claire is probably the biggest influencer and has the biggest community of us all. So
Biggest in the game.
Biggest in the game.
Just kidding.
I'm gonna take some notes, go stalk their community efforts, but amazing. Well, thank you everyone so much. Everyone have a great week and looking forward to seeing you next year. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, that was great. Thanks so much for the insights, you guys. All right, so we have wrapped Entrepreneurship 101. Make sure to stay tuned at 12:15. We'll be kicking off the fundraising track. So that will also have a ton of great pieces of advice and founder stories. So yeah, definitely stick around for 12:15. In the meantime, you've got a bit of a break and hopefully see you at the happy hour at Native Hostel tonight at 5 p.m. Bye.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome to the audience here at the fundraising track at Austin Startup Week. We've got 3 great sessions scheduled throughout the rest of this afternoon, as well as networking opportunities so that you can get to know other attendees in the audience. So go ahead and in the chat right now, make sure that you're letting everyone know who you are, where you're from, who you're looking to meet. Drop your LinkedIn chat, drop your Twitter link, everything that you need to in the chat right now. Closing out the day, we're also going to host a founder happy hour at Native Hostel starting at 5 p.m. So this is going to be a really, really great track, and really excited for everyone here to attend today. Before we get started, I want to introduce myself and share a little bit about why I'm excited to be the track advisor for the fundraising track today. My name is Jake O'Shea. I'm the director of platform here at Capital Factory, where I work with Capital Factory's portfolio companies, helping them access really whatever resources it is that they need to succeed. Fundraising is near and dear to my heart because that's really how I got my start working with entrepreneurs here in Austin as part of the investor relations team here at Capital Factory. Investor relations at Capital Factory is the team that helps our startups, our portfolio companies fundraise. And it gave me the opportunity to work with hundreds of different founders, helping to put them in the position to succeed in their fundraising efforts. Because of that, I've seen firsthand a lot of the difficulties that founders face when they're fundraising, and hosting this track is really my opportunity to help shine a light on some of those difficulties and create dialogue between founders and funders about what needs to change and what's not working. Fundraising for early stage startups is definitely more of an art than a science, but there's not enough open conversation between the 2 stakeholders that matter most in this equation, which is the entrepreneurs and the investors. So with that in mind, during today's track, we've got 1 session that's going to be organized by investors, 1 session that's been organized by entrepreneurs, featuring entrepreneurs. And then finally, to end the day, we have a session that brings together both entrepreneurs and investors to discuss the current funding environment and really start opening that dialogue and figuring out what needs to change. I hope this track is able to provide you guys some actionable advice for the entrepreneurs in the audience on how you can be more successful when you're going out to raise funding. But I also hope it provides some insights to the investors that might be tuning in on the different struggles that founders face and how they can do better to serve those entrepreneurs. Now, before we get started, that's more than enough for me. First, I want to give some shout outs. First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to the programs team here at Capital Factory for producing such an awesome event. They've been working incredibly hard over these last few weeks, making an awesome event, and they're definitely going to need some service ganja after this week is over. I also want to shout out the moderators and the panelists that we have for the fundraising track. You know, every year we strive to create an exciting and engaging event, but we can't do it without community members in the audience who host and participate. And then that kind of leads me to another shout out, which is shout out to you guys in the audience, the people that tuned in today. You know, I assure you that this track will increase your chances at startup success. And so come on down to Native Hostel after the event to network with other founders and funders in Austin. Also shout out to Farhaj Mayan, Umar Brema, Gordon Dougherty, Corey McCain, and Sean Simon as well, the Twitter supporters. Finally, I want to give a really huge shout out and thank you to our sponsor for this track today, Latham & Watkins. They really made this track possible. And with that, I'd like to invite up to the stage Scott Craig. Scott's a partner at Latham & Watkins, and he's going to be providing some opening remarks before we dive in with some of the programming. Hey, Scott, thanks for being here today.
Thanks, Jake. We're really happy to be here. First, I want to thank Capital Factory and the Startup Week organizers for everything. I mean, this is we're looking forward to get back in person, but putting this together, you know, quasi-remote, quasi-in-person is a difficult task, and we really appreciate all the work you guys have put in. Latham & Watkins, we've recently opened this office in Austin in the last month. Myself, Jen Smith, and Sam Zabani. All of us have more than 15 years of experience, you know, helping venture-backed companies and emerging growth companies grow in Austin and in Texas. We're excited to start this office in Austin. We think it's a great platform for early stage companies as they grow and they develop legal needs, you know, across the spectrum of what they can of the issues that'll be arising. You know, our emerging growth practice at Latham nationally has a vast experience working throughout the United States. We've got offices in Northern and Southern California, the Midwest, New York, DC, and now Texas. We're really excited to be here and grow with Austin. And as you've seen in Austin the last 5 years, just the growth has been outstanding. Latham's going to be right here along with everybody to continue to grow. We've advised emerging company clients on more than 500 financings over the last 2 years, all the way from very early stage seed financings to very large unicorns and decacorns, or whatever you want to call them. So we are excited to help these companies at every stage along the way grow and meet their goals. I encourage everybody to check out our website, lathamdrive.com, LATHAM drive.com. It's got a number of resources and materials and just information for entrepreneurs looking to start their companies. A lot of best practices and other tools there that can be super helpful for entrepreneurs if they have questions. They don't really want to engage a law firm quite yet. I think it can be really helpful. But ultimately, again, we're excited to be here. We're excited to be part of the Austin ecosystem. Jen, Sam, and I have been part of this ecosystem for a long time, and now we think we're on a platform that can really help our clients and our future clients explode in every good way. And happy to talk to anybody today, tomorrow, throughout the event, and look forward to seeing a lot of you at the happy hour, hopefully this evening. Otherwise, I'll turn it back over to Jake. I'll be back at 1:30 for a Founders Fireside Chat with Lauren Washington of Funder, Sarah Poole of Box, and Catherine Allen of Flow Recruit. This will be the founder panel. Really excited to hear about their fundraising experiences. Other than that, Jake, I'll turn it back to you. And thanks so much, everybody. We're happy to be a part of this.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here, Scott. And again, huge thanks to you and the entire team at Latham & Watkins for sponsoring this track and helping put together some great sessions.
Great. We're excited.
Awesome. Well, now let's jump right into it. I think first up today, we're going to hear from some of the most active venture investors here in Texas. So the first panel for today is Texas Startup Fundraising in 2021, a record-breaking year. 2021 is smashing records for startup financings right here in Texas. So in this panel, we're going to hear from some of the partners at all of the most active firms in Austin as they discuss changes in the local market and also provide some tips for the founders in the audience that are fundraising. So we'll hear from Eric Engineer from S3 Ventures, who's going to be moderating this session, as well as Krishna Srinivasan, founding partner at Live Oak Venture Partners, Tom Ball, founding partner at Next Coast Ventures, Kit McClanahan, a founding partner at Silverton Partners, and Carrie Rupp, founding partner at True Wealth Ventures. Really, really excited for this panel discussion. They do one of these every year, and it's a really, really great overview of what you should know as a founder that's fundraising here in Texas. So with that being said, I'd like to invite the speakers up to the stage and let's get started.
Really great to be here. I'm Eric Engineer from S3 Ventures and very excited to be on this panel today, the Texas Startup Fundraising in 2021. It's been a record-breaking year. This is actually our third year doing this panel, and I just wanted to thank the hardworking volunteers at Austin Startup Week and everyone at Capital Factory for inviting us again. Every year has been a great discussion, and I'm hoping that'll be the same this year. Unfortunately, we can't do it in person. It's all virtual, but we hope that you'll enjoy today's session. In terms of an agenda, we're going to start with some intros. So I have this great group here of local VCs that are going to give you a little bit of background on themselves and their firms, and then I will do the same. And then we'll spend about 10 minutes. I'm going to rush through a bunch of slides on data, just some really interesting data. Like I said, we've broken many records in Texas and in Austin, and it's really exciting to see. So we'll look at that. And then we'll get into some a panel discussion where we'll talk about the data. We'll talk about other trends that we're seeing in the marketplace. So that's how we'll run the business, run our business today. It's about 45 minutes total. So let's start with the introductions. I'll just go with the folks on the slide here. Tom, do you want to start?
Sure. Hi, my name is Tom Ball. I'm the co-founder of Next Coast Ventures. I moved to Austin from California about 16 years ago. I was out there after graduating from Stanford, moved to Austin to join Austin Ventures, where I spent just over 10 years. We started Next Coast in 2016 and have raised 2 funds so far. First fund was a $90 million fund, which we raised in 2016. Raised another fund in 2019, which was a $130 million fund. Strategy for us is, we call it Next Coast because we like to invest in the next coast. It was a good timing thing to name that before the pandemic. About 60 to 70% of what we do is in Texas. We have deals in Chicago, Miami, Utah, etc. And then from a kind of sector and stage perspective, we don't consider ourselves really sectorial. We're more thematic. Things like the future of work, healthcare, hacking, but it all boils down to pretty much software and internet and tech-enabled services that we invest in. And then stage or seed to what you used to call Series B, although I think the alphabet's gotten a little scrambled, but yeah, traditional seed to Series B.
Great, thanks, Tom. Kip, would you like to go next?
Sure. Kip McClenahan, Silverton Partners. Silverton is one of the more active early stage venture capitalists in Austin. I've been there, gosh, over a decade now. We're investing out of our 6th fund. Silverton's fund size tends to be in the 120 range, plus or minus a bit. We'll be raising another fund here in the next year or two, so we'll continue that pace. We like to be early on in your traditional seed or Series A. Our initial check size tends to be between $1 million or $2 million up to $4 or $5 million. We are very active. We like to take board seats. Happy to lead. Happy to syndicate. We also have a predominantly Austin focus. We say it's about 75% focused regionally here, and then about 25% where we have our network stretch into other geos like Salt Lake City or New York.
Thanks, Kip. Carrie, you're next on the screen here for me.
Great. Well, Tom started with when he moved here, and I know mine was precisely 13 years ago because I moved here the Thursday before ACL in 2008. We at True Wealth Ventures are also investing in seed stage companies. We are investing out of our 2nd fund, which is a target $30 million fund. And we invest explicitly in women-led companies that are improving human and/or environmental health. So we're an impact fund, but expecting top-tier returns because of that, because of the demand for those markets. And we tend to write first checks of up to $1 million. Similarly, active, and we prefer to lead and take board seats, but we'll syndicate. We did our last 2 deals in Dallas and Austin, but we do invest across the country. We'd love to do more deals in Texas. I think we have 4 total now out of our 13 are in this region.
Great, thanks, Carrie. Krishna?
Thank you. I'm Krishna Srinivasan, co-founder of Live Oak Venture Partners. I've been in town since the beginning of 2000 when I came here to join Austin Ventures and spent a decade at Austin Ventures, and then founded Live Oak in 2012 with our first investments began in 2013. Today we have invested a couple of funds now in the $100 million and change range. We are 100% focused on Texas-based companies, like to invest in seed, Series A's, most typically lead and co-lead these investments. We are a full life cycle investor, which means we start with a $1.5 to $4 million first check, and then stay active and engaged and invest across multiple rounds of the company, investing $6 to $10 million of the life cycle. From a sector perspective, we are very much multi-sector companies across the spectrum from anything that's tech and tech-enabled services across all industries. And I think that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Krishna. And then real quick on myself, this is my 2nd go-round in Austin. I came here in 2001 to join Trilogy Software, which was a fast-growing startup during the dot-com bubble here, and then moved away, lived all over the country, and then came back in 2008 to Dallas, where I joined Seven Rosen Funds, which was a large venture capital firm there at the time. Landed up joining a portfolio company in Vodo, becoming the CEO, grew that and sold it in 2018. S3 Ventures was a investor in that company. So they were, my partners, Charlie and Brian, were kind enough to ask me to join at that time. And so I've been here about 3 years. S3 we're on our 6th fund. It's a $200 million fund. We do seed, Series A and Series B investing. So as little as $500K to $10 million to lead around. And then we like to follow on for the life of a company. We can put up to 20 million into a company. We do mostly B2B software, but we've also done some consumer digital experiences. We've also done some healthcare tech, including med devices. And then lastly, I'd say we're pretty unique in that we have a single LP. So that allows us to be a little bit more patient in terms of our investing. All right, well, that's us. I am going to jump next to the fundraising data. I'm going to rush through these because I think the most interesting stuff is the conversation. But I do think this data is really interesting and exciting, and I hope all of you guys will get something out of it. First of all, we thought I'd start with some kind of just national numbers. So I know there's a lot on this slide, so just to kind of help orient you, the bars are the capital invested, so dollars invested, and the line is the number of deals in thousands. And so you can see, we're going back to 2006 here, that's just been steadily increasing year over year, and this is the US data. But the most interesting thing here is that we're just looking at the first half of 21, and we're pretty much almost matched where we were in 20 in terms of dollars, and you can kind of extrapolate from there that we're definitely going to be even on the count side. So 21 is definitely going to be a record year that's going to just blow past things and almost nearly double where we were last year. So just super exciting, very, very interesting time in the market, which we'll talk about as a panel in terms of the effects of something like this happening. When you kind of look at like what's driving that, we thought this data looking at quarterly and in chunks is kind of interesting. So here again, the bars are the dollars invested, the lines are the number of deals. And while the number of deals have gone up, it's clearly the total dollars that have shot up more. And when you kind of do the math, it's really driven by the size of the deals or the size of the rounds. So we were at $8 million a deal in 16 and 17, 12 million in 18, 19, 20 in that period. And suddenly there's this step up where now just in the first half of 21, the average deal size is 21 million per deal. A lot of that is driven by these really large growth rounds at in later stages. We'll talk a little bit about kind of dissecting things in a little bit more detail later. But just as a whole, you can see that just round sizes are growing. In terms of Texas trends, you really have to be kind of living under a rock to not see all this happening, but it's just been really impressive and really exciting to see tens of thousands of jobs, technology jobs moving here as big tech keeps planning, either headquarters or second or third offices in Austin, Dallas, and Houston. You can see it's kind of been across the state. So a lot of talented people, I know at S3 we're super pumped, and we're seeing entrepreneurs with just incredible profiles now, just given this shift. And this was some interesting data from census data. Unfortunately, the latest census data that we could pull on migrations was 2019. So I'm sure this has just accelerated since then. But you can see that most of this migration, or the largest net migration flow in the country, when you look at it between states, is from California to Texas. And I think we've all seen that. We probably all know people from California that we've met in our neighborhoods and things like that as they've moved in. And that's also obviously affected the housing market. We've all seen the prices go through the roof, and this line graph kind of gives you a sense of the magnitude there, where Austin in particular is outpacing the growth across the US in terms of pricing. And then, we update this slide every time we do this presentation, and I think it's like doubled year over year. And so now we're at our estimates about 25 billion in active capital that has a base here in Austin of some sort. In some cases, these are local firms like the folks that are here on this panel and ourselves, but also a lot of transplants, people either setting up their primary location here in Texas or having a second or third office here in Austin with a partner moving here. So it's super exciting time. The group on the right there, the rightmost column, is all the folks that I believe are kind of new within the last 12 to 18 months. I'm sure I'm missing some names from this. I'm always nervous to put this slide together because I'm going to piss someone off by leaving them off. But this just gives you a sense of how things have exploded. When we talk about with the panel, some folks like myself, I was at Seven Rosen Funds, but other folks on this panel here were at Austin Ventures way before me, even in this ecosystem, and can talk about how things have changed so dramatically. And then, where does Texas fall on the national scale? So if we just look at the first half of 21, and we think about Texas as a single market, and each of the other states as their own markets, we're number 4 right now. So in the first half, we've done just over 4 billion in deals across 334 deals. So that's very exciting. You can see, obviously, California is a league of its own, and then it's New York and Massachusetts, which are still pretty sizable numbers relative to Texas. But I'd love to always share with people that when I entered venture capital in 2008, it was really Boston and Silicon Valley. New York was not on the map. LA was not on the map. And, a lot can change in 10 years. So I firmly believe Texas has a shot at being, at those levels that New York and Massachusetts are. And I'm sure everyone here on the panel feel the same. And then this is just to look at the Texas data in particular. So the light blue is Austin, and then the darker gray is the rest of Texas. And then we've kind of extrapolated a little bit with the gray dots there. And what you can see here is that we're well on our pace to surpass what we did last year. But what's also interesting is we went back in time and looked at where we were at our peak all time as a state. And it really goes back, you have to go all the way back to 2000 to the peak of the dot-com bubble. And it looks like we're gonna surpass that. So it looks like we are gonna now enter record territory, both as clearly in Austin because we're almost there, but even as a state of Texas. And then we did a little bit of digging here to understand it by round. So we looked at the early stage investing. Most of the folks on this panel are doing seed A and B, as you heard. And you can see that the number of deals is definitely going up, but especially at the later, when you look on the B side, it's the dollars have gone up, but the numbers have been roughly the same. So it's again pointing to this trend, which I'm going to go to next here, which is it's the round sizes primarily that are driving a lot of this growth. And I think we've all experienced this as investors. Entrepreneurs have seen this too, where we're seeing larger rounds. The seeds have grown by 93% over the last 5 years. A's have grown by 42%, and the B's in particular, as I think Tom made an allusion, what used to be called the Series B. It's very confusing now in terms of the naming here, but the B's are getting quite large compared to what they used to be. So, and then lastly, I love showing this one. This is, the fact that we're kind of doing some incredible things here locally. So there have already been just this year 2 locally backed IPOs in Alchemy and Disco, backed by S3 Ventures, Wild Basin, and Live Oak. And then we have just increasing number of unicorns being minted, 4 in the last 2 years, which is much higher than what we had historically, as you can see. And I think just really great representation in terms of the local firms and all the amazing companies that are being built here and really starting to scale here, which is really exciting to see. So that's it in terms of the slides. I really wanted to now kind of open it up to the panel for some discussion here. So I'm going to stop sharing. Hopefully this works. And everyone can still there with me. Great. Yeah. So I thought I'd start by asking all of you, what stood out to you in that data? What rings true? What maybe is missing from what you saw there? Carrie, yeah. Do you have a thought there?
Yeah, just the one thing I wanted to point out, which is, I guess, depressing but pragmatic to know, is that despite the increase in attention to women-led companies, because that's what we focus on, the data actually shows that it's at an all-time low in terms of the percentage. So, for those of you who've been following, they've been measuring it for, 5 to 10 years, depending on what source you look at. And it's been hovering around 2 to 3%. And it hit an all-time low of 1.8%. During the pandemic, and it's hovering around 1.9. So the dollars are growing with all the dollar, growth that Eric shared, but the percentage of women getting funded is not much better. And that's, even more true of minorities. So I just call that out to say, if you are a woman entrepreneur or a minority entrepreneur, it still requires more hustle and strategy, et cetera. And maybe we'll talk to some of those things later.
And Carrie, is that on a percentage basis or on a dollar basis?
Percentage basis.
Percentage basis. Okay, got it. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I liked about the data that I think is positive is you look at where Austin fits, and we're top 5, so number 4 is a good place to be. If you look at the top 3, as you pointed out, it's like 2/3 of the capital still for the first half of the year. It's 100 billion of the 150 billion, and 4th place is less than 10% of the remaining. So obviously, the California and New York and Boston are much larger, but I think that's just opportunity for us. And as you said, Eric, like, the last 10 years ago, if you looked at that, it wasn't that equal between those three markets in the top three. So while we're at 4.2 billion, I think we're still, as my real estate friends say, we're still in the very early innings of this, it feels like. So I think that's a great thing for us.
And the other element of it is, I think, maybe it's what Tom's reflecting to. I think the rate of ascendancy for us seems just much greater compared to rest of the country here. We might just be a tad bigger than, I think it was Illinois, if I'm not mistaken, on your list. But I feel like the amount of maybe it's the press, it's the general attention being paid to this market from large companies, from entrepreneurs or moving from other parts of the country here. We get a disproportionate level of attention in the market, which is of course translating to a kind of a virtuous cycle here of migration, not just of talent, but also of capital that's happening here. Our companies are getting discovered much more aggressively for follow-on financing rounds here compared to, let's say, a company in Illinois, right, which is in the same league, and so later rounds of financing are more frictionless compared to before, and many other positive benefits. So the rate of change here is dramatically better compared to many of the other markets.
And your thoughts, Kip? Did you have anything to add there, or?
No, I mean, I think they said it right. I think it's easier when you're starting from smaller numbers to show greater, percentage gains, and I think we're enjoying some of that. But ultimately, we've seen, the pace accelerate in everything. Rate of talent coming to town, rate of quality deals that we're seeing, the pace at which they're able to actually scale the business for real, and then raise money behind that. So it's Texas in general, Austin in particular, it's as wild and woolly as we've ever seen.
Yeah, no doubt. So how is this changing how you guys are investing? I know at S3, we tend to take a step back sometimes and say, "Whoa, what's happening here?" To taking stock of the dynamism and just how things have changed. I'm curious how you guys are approach the market or think about deals and work with entrepreneurs. Has it changed quite a bit? Let's say 5 years and then the last 2 years, because I think, like you said, it's been accelerating and things are changing faster. Any thoughts there?
I guess my input on that would be more related to just the change in the last 2 years of COVID, and because of the accessibility of being able to hop on a Zoom and that being now, sort of a suitable way to do a first screen, and being able to get on online conferences and quickly kind of watch the startup competition or do the one-on-ones, that our deal flow has been, frankly, sort of insane. At the top of the funnel, which has been great in terms of efficiency. You're not flying to a conference, you're not going to all these meetings, you can do a lot more, but it makes it actually really hard to process. And I'll be curious to see how that plays out over time with all of us so desperate to see people in real life. But I feel like we've looked at way more deals in the last 2 years, just related to the online flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, Kip said it perfectly, right? It's like it's better than it's ever been, and it's faster than it's ever been. I think it's to Carrie's point, its quantity is off the hook. I mean, there's so many deals to look at now. Quality is better as well on a broad base. Number of quality deals is better. I'm not sure percent of quality deals has gone up. It's there's a noise factor with quantity growing so fast. But as far as how it impacts us, I mean, it's, higher velocity, faster decisions. As a former entrepreneur, I think it's better for the entrepreneurs to have all those continuing growing sources of capital in the market. I think the good news is it hasn't necessarily, I mean, obviously we've had inflationary things on round sizes and round prices, but it hasn't, we haven't accelerated as fast as the coast by any means. So I think it's still a very healthy market.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd say, just to add to that, it was about a year ago that, at least from a Silverton perspective, that we started realizing that by and large, and certainly in the majority of the portfolio, we had tailwinds versus headwinds relative to some of the efficiencies around what we were just talking about from a velocity perspective, from an efficiency perspective. Zoom works, work at home didn't destroy, the cultures or productivity. From March, April through about now, maybe a little bit earlier, I think there was there's some concern that we didn't know what sort of environment we were getting into. And about now, a year ago, at least, at Silverton, we looked around and we're like, my gosh, we actually see a portfolio performing on the whole significantly better. And I think a lot of that has carried forward. I think there's efficiencies that get realized now in terms of lack of travel, efficiency of meeting, pace of being able to communicate from a company perspective and interpersonally, that I probably wouldn't have necessarily predicted back at the beginning of the whole COVID cycle. But I think that lends itself dramatically to the velocity that we're seeing right now.
And we've all become much more pragmatic about distributed teams. Maybe some of us were in the old purist model of you have to locate companies under one roof. That just creates a lot more efficiencies. I absolutely creates more efficiencies, no doubt about it. But large companies have demonstrated how they can be incredibly successful on a remote operating basis. So that level of that's given us the comfort that when you make our early stage bets, we can, you'd like to see some critical mass together, but they can certainly be quite distributed for this to be successful and effective. And that aperture has widened for us as we look at newer companies.
One thing we've noticed is the speed of some of the rounds and how they're coming together. I'm curious if you guys see that and how you think about that, pros and cons.
Its speed has increased. It's literally, we had a deal where we met with an entrepreneur for the first time. It's like, well, where are you at in the fundraising process? It's like, oh, you're our first meeting, just getting going. Had the meeting. It's like, okay, we'll follow up the next week. It's like a term sheet. It's like, wow, that did not used to happen.
Yeah.
And they didn't sign a term sheet with anybody on this call. I'm not mad at anybody here, but this is that has certainly happened. And again, as a former entrepreneur, I think that's great. I think you got to be careful that you don't go too fast, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. We see the same thing. I think what it causes, every firm I think has their own version of discipline and perspective on markets like this. And if you've been doing it long enough, you've seen cycles. That this feels like a bit of a frothy period of time in terms of the pacing, in terms of the valuation, in terms of the size of the round. If you've done it long enough, you've seen a couple of these where it goes full cycle and the music stops at some point. I think if you're in the market, if you're a firm that's actually wanting to do deals, there is some reconciliation that you have to do in terms of willing to participate at that particular pace, perhaps willing to participate at prices that are not historically where you think, seems rational relative to where the company's stage and state happens to be. But you can't necessarily sit on your thumbs on the sideline, and you certainly can't enjoy the rewards of the other end of the market, the exit market, which is absolutely benefiting from the same sort of dynamism that exists in the early stages without participating on both sides. In other words, you can't enjoy all the exits that are happening and then begrudge the pace and timing and price of the early stage. And so, we have hard discussions, but ultimately we're a firm that wants to and is in market. And so that means you've got to take a step forward and maybe apply a little bit of additional new sort of discipline, but you can't sit there and behave as you have behaved in the past and expect to participate in a market as interesting as this one is.
Do you guys find yourselves coming in earlier?
Yeah, well, we've always come in quite early across the spectrum. Homeward backed it with one entrepreneur company that was, and Disco was formed at the time of inception, along with our check into the company, et cetera, as well. But having said that, I think this definitely forces all to come in a little earlier here because the moment the companies pick up some traction, there is a that same phenomenon that Tom's talking about with lots and lots of source of capital, not just firms. There are lots of these super angels, individuals who have done extremely well in the last 2 or 3 years, especially in the West Coast, who are willing to come in and write checks at phenomenal valuations in these businesses. Definitely see that dynamic quite a bit. So I think it'll all force us all to just get earlier in these companies.
Certainly, you've seen a trend of the bigger later stage firms coming downstream more. I think everybody on this call is a pretty early stage investor and always has been. So I don't know how much earlier we could go unless you start doing these pre-seed or pre-seed or whatever the 18 flavors of seed are now. But I don't know how we could go earlier. I think, to Krishna's point, when you see the growth equity firms, it's like, oh, we used to have an ARR threshold of 10 million, now it's 5 million. And and I talked to one the other day, and it's like, we'd probably go to 3 if it was a great company. So I think we see that. I frankly, I think that's an interesting dynamic in the market. And you'll ask this question later, I'm sure, but I think for the entrepreneurs, they got to decide who they want to work with at that stage and who can add the most value and who's the right partner at that stage.
I think that's a great point. One thing I'd throw out there is I'm within a firm, I suspect the dynamic exists in a lot of cases. I think you have partners that are, have our stage and state. There's particular stages and states that they prefer. I think, having been in the Austin market as long as we have, we've had the fortune to be able to work with a bunch of teams repeatedly. And in many of those cases, we're able to make a team bet before there's any revenue. And I think that's a luxury. It doesn't happen all the time. But I do think that the ability to leverage relationships and experienced entrepreneurs to go even a notch earlier is something that is an opportunity. I think you do need a little bit of pattern that you can match there, whether that's team or a little bit of market knowledge or something else. But I think that is not typical, but I wouldn't be surprised if everybody's pushed a bit in that direction.
Yeah. One thing that has made us feel a little bit more comfortable with this is also just the talent that has come into the state that helps you get a little bit more comfortable with coming in earlier. I think a lot of the technology problems and things that people face sometimes are happening in the Googles or the Facebooks that are pushing the envelope in terms of scale or doing something new for the first time. And those engineers and those folks that worked on that are now in Texas versus living in Silicon Valley, and they're coming and starting those businesses. And we've seen that pattern, whether it's an Apple employee or an Uber employee recently, that are doing that are here now. There. So there's
no question about that part. There's no question the talent pool has gotten deeper. I think all of us as early stage investors would say that we pride ourselves on the ability to add some of that talent, into companies at the right time for the right role, and I think that's part of what the job is as an early stage investor. I believe that that's gotten easier. I think we've got more of a Rolodex to pull from. And that expands every day. But ultimately, I think that's been on the agenda for everybody on this call for a long time. I just think it's gotten a notch easier with the influx of talent and the ability for some of these folks to have gone through the system a couple of times. That it is reinforcing itself and feeding back in a very positive way. So it's water levels rising as far as that goes.
I think that's a really important dynamic that's underway in this market. Of course, not only are we seeing talent come in, and some of the data you have, Eric, is the entire ecosystem here of locally grown talent has just gotten significantly better. We have companies going public. We have companies achieving scale to go raise, big rounds of financing. Not just this year, right? If you take into consideration last year, BigCommerce went public last year, and so on and so on. And if you go the last 5 years, there has been a pretty healthy slug of impressive companies that have gone public and created real critical mass. So you are seeing that those people who have been through those companies are much more experienced. So the talent pool of just locally grown, talent here is just is significantly better than before, and we're all absolutely fabulous beneficiaries of that talent, of that up-leveling of talent.
Great.
And it bears mentioning that the folks that are regionally focused, this is an especially important dynamic, right? Or an argument to be regionally focused, because it definitely is getting stronger. And you talked about a 5-year look back versus a 2-year look back.
Exactly.
I can remember a 10-year look back where, almost universally, if you're looking for top tier VP or above talent, that was a search, and you're looking outside of Texas, outside of Austin, to try to fill that. That line has trended dramatically down, and I don't know the last time we felt it necessary to absolutely find somebody outside of Austin versus not having at least a few at bats with the talent pool here.
Great. Well, thanks for that. I wanted to shift gears a little bit because I wanted to also make sure we had the opportunity to just talk about just kind of general tips that we might have for entrepreneurs that are maybe raising venture for the first time, maybe not as familiar with what goes into that. And so a couple things there is like, when's the right time to reach out to a venture capital firm or to you as a partner or one of your associates? How do you do that? What's the best way to get an introduction? And then like when you're telling your story, like how aggressive should you be? That's something that always comes up in terms of, do I be conservative or should I be shooting for the moon? How do I think about that? So I know that was a lot in one question, but I'll just open it up and people have thoughts about just how should entrepreneurs who are not familiar with this whole space think about this.
Yeah, I'll start. I think there's a couple schools of thought on when you talk to a VC for the first time. And I was one who, for one of the companies I started, I never wanted to raise venture capital. So I've ironically ended up in this job. But I think it varies, right? I think there's the risk of going too early and not having anything to talk about, and it's like, well, that was a waste of time for both sides. And I would say I've always pushed historically, at least for deals we were already in, of like start the network and make sure the next round investor knows who you are and what you're going to accomplish. So that when you do accomplishment and you need more money, it's not walking in cold off the street. And I still believe in that for, if you've invested in the seed or Series A for the future rounds, with the big caveat that I've kind of come to the realization or conclusion in the last couple of years is yes, but with the quantity of deal flow that we're all seeing now in the velocity which deals get done, like at times there's only so many meetings you can have a week, and there's a right number probably, which I seem to always go over, but it's at some point it's just like, look, we can do our job pretty quickly and efficiently now. So while I'd love to know you, like it's got to be a pretty quick introduction versus in the past, I was much more about the networking element of it.
Yep. Yep. And so just to maybe riff on that a bit, one of the questions was, how, and I think it's pretty common knowledge that, warm introductions are always the best. There's a lot of random, cold call, email type of stuff that's happening, and a warm introduction from somebody who knows, anybody in any firm, let alone the folks on the call here, is always the best way to sort of pop signal above the noise that always exists there. I think, one of my bigger pieces of advice is I think startups that haven't raised funding yet, want to raise funding in the not too distant future, kind of need to have an IR perspective on how this works, right? They do need to get introduced early. They may not be ready for venture capital yet, but they need to get on people's radar screens. And in a lightweight way, I agree with Tom. It's actually it stands out when somebody can be very concise and crisp and realize the stage and state that they're in, get a little feedback. And then the IR component of that, which I think is really necessary right now, is a lightweight drumbeat that the firm, that the startup can keep with their investor pool, that keeps them informed, that keeps them in the loop, that lets them, for example, be preemptive if they get excited about something. that used to be sort of the purview of later stage companies, Series B and beyond. I think it works. I think it works earlier now, and I think it's important because VCs are gonna get excited about portfolio synergies, or going to get excited about a particular market, or maybe there's a team that they can augment in a way that starts to differentiate a particular deal. And I think keeping in front of those investors in a lightweight, consistent way is one of the things that I think startups should start thinking about, even at the earliest stages.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the last several deals we've done have been companies we met early, and we have our venture fellows screening those, monthly updates and looking for times when it bubbles up to say, hey, should we look at this again? And we reach out to the companies, right, to check in if they've hit a milestone that we think is interesting. And to Krishna's point, we might want to get in a little earlier than we normally would, or at least get on the be back in their radar for the conversation. I wanted to also say, 100%. A warm introduction is always the best. I will say that for women and underrepresented founders, a lot of times they don't have the same network. And so we do read the cold emails, at least from a top of the funnel perspective. But know that also when we get to the filtering of the companies, that's going to, weigh in as to if they don't have the right networks and the hustle to find an intro, because we're really out there and well connected and you should be able to meet someone who knows us, then are you going to have the hustle and the networks to build your business? And so we, for example, always put all the events at which we're speaking, and it applies a little bit more in a physical world, but everything that we're at on our Twitter feed and on our website, so you can come find us. You can come meet me, and you can be the first person standing in line at the end of this panel, if it were in real life, or if it was with a chat, to actually start the conversation and get an intro, right? So, some of this is about creativity and, finding a way to make those connections.
Krishna, I know you love the story about Disco. Yeah.
Well, maybe I do. Well, Disco, of course, came to us through a cold email. And we ended up backing the entrepreneur, single-digit pre-money then to $3 billion market cap business now. So it does work. In some instances, the cold email to ultimate glory here does happen. So the way we think about it is, look, either you fall in the bucket of experienced entrepreneur, therefore people are willing to underwrite and give you the, believe that you know what you're doing the second time around, or you are you've got incredible domain in what you've done before, and therefore you're doing an extension of the domain into the new play you're doing. There again, you are able to underwrite. These people know what they're doing, and so venture folks will be willing to go earlier into those kind of instances, either because of the entrepreneur's experience as a pretty impressive startup founder from before, or they just have oodles of domain that really informs what they're about to do. And of course, that was the case with Disco's case when you had a legal tech play with an incredibly brilliant lawyer who was starting the company with just oodles of domain there. In the by and large, the kind of companies which are people first-time entrepreneur doing something that's not quite related to something that they've done in life, I think the bias would be to at least see some early evidence of product market fit. Meaning, can you at least string together a couple, 3 customers who like what you do and have and have written a check, and there is some early success with the product delivering early value to you, and so on. So that ends up being the typical motion associated with these things on when venture firms typically get engaged. And of course, there's all these good practices around IR as a lifetime is really important, but those become the typical points of intersection for institutional folks like us to engage in the business.
Got it. Another question here in terms of, how do you choose the right partner? We talked a little bit about like the speed of some of these deals, right? And where sometimes if you're fortunate enough to have, you may have 4, 5, 6 term sheets with folks. What's your advice to entrepreneurs on how to kind of think about firms and those,
Well,
those
for
opportunities.
sure, reference checks on us. I think sometimes people forget that they're a hot commodity, and they want to make sure that they're also doing the due diligence on the firm they're going to select. And I'm not going to be offended if you do that. I'm going to be disappointed if you don't, because I think it's an important part of your business sort of savvy to know that you want to know who you're doing business with. So we will always make introductions to our portfolio companies, but we'd also think, just like we do with reference checks, you should try to also talk to the ones we didn't put on the list, and make sure that not just do they give a good reference, but is the style and the approach of how engaged they're going to be, and their method of communication, and sort of how much they push and what they push on matches what you're looking for and what you need, to complement your skill set as a team. So I think that's a really important thing to really think about.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's kind of two sides to it. I think one is, I think there's always a dynamic in a pitch and follow-on conversations where, there's a connection, right? This is early stage is very much a relationship game. You can't fire your investors. There's a dynamic that can exist within a firm, within a particular partner, that's easy to communicate with. It's collaborative. It feels good. There's excitement. There's a feel component to it, which I think it really is material in the earliest stages, because this is something that needs to be collaborative. And if it goes well, it really bodes well, for the future. There's expertise within the partner, expertise within the firm, relative to what that company is doing. And it may not be just rote market expertise. It might be how you plan on going to market. It might be the set of partners that you're trying to pull together. I think that's a really important component. And then there's a component I think Carrie is kind of referring to a little bit, which is like check up on us. Startups tend to not either know or feel comfortable checking under the hood as much as they probably should, and certainly from our perspective would be welcome to. And beyond just the reference in terms of the partner and the firm and how they work and what it's like to work with them, there's important questions like where are you in your fund life? Or, what's your reserve strategy? How you going to make this investment, and what do you typically put back? What happens after we go to the next round? Silverton's proud of the fact that on average, for every dollar we invest, over $5 at this point are invested behind us from other investors. Those questions are fair to ask. Everybody should be asking them. Everybody should talk about what that network looks like in terms of, follow-on investors as the company scales. And so I do think there's an ownership that startups need to have relative to their own investigation. And I think it's fair. And that to me is those few things are very much part and parcel with how you choose the firm, how you choose the partner, and how you differentiate between what is an increasingly robust financing environment.
Yeah, I agree with everything you both just said. The stupid analogy I always use is the average good startup lasts longer than the average marriage in America. So you better be darn sure that you have good chemistry going into this. And by the way, most marriages aren't shotgun weddings where you get married in less than a month, which oftentimes these relationships start in less than a month. So you better do everything that Kip and Carrie just said and then some, and make sure the chemistry is right and that your goals are aligned. Do we want to have children? Do we not want to have children? Things such as that. So it's one of the most important decisions you're ever going to make.
Yep. Totally.
Hard to add much more to that, Eric.
All right. Well, and actually we're just coming up on time here. I think we want to stay within the 45 minutes. So thank you all. Really appreciated that. It was a fun conversation. I wish we could have done it in person. Hopefully we will next year. And thank you again to the folks at Capital Factory and at all the volunteers at Austin Startup Week. I know a lot goes into what you guys are doing for the community, and so we're very appreciative of all of that. Thank you. See you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Wow, what an awesome session. I particularly liked the point that they made about how important it is to really build relationships with investors before fundraising. At the end of the day, investors trust the founders who they have a real relationship with. And it's much easier to build that relationship when you're not actively asking them for money or to invest in your company. So that's actually, I think, the number one piece of advice I would give to any entrepreneurs that are looking to fundraise is go out and meet these investors before you ask them for money, right? At the end of the day, they need to believe in you and believe in your vision before they can put any money behind it. And it's much easier, again, to build that relationship if you're coming to them as just a person that wants to pick their brain on something and introduce yourself than as someone who's actively asking them for money. So again, thanks so much for all the individuals that were on this this session today. Them and all their funds are really linchpins of the Austin startup community. They've been around forever, and we wouldn't be where we are today without them. So thanks a ton. They always put a ton of time into providing this really holistic overview of the funding scene here in Texas, specifically for Austin Startup Week. So really appreciate Krishna from Live Oak, Tom from Next Coast, Kip from Silverton, Carrie from True Wealth, and of course, Eric from S3 for participating again. I also want to encourage all the entrepreneurs in the audience today to check out S3's startup guide and resources at the link we're going to drop in the chat here shortly. There's a lot of great resources in there for anyone that's fundraising or could just use some help in terms of ideating and thinking about how the business goes. So all right, now we're going to transition into networking and hop in. This is a really great opportunity to network with other attendees. All you got to do is press the networking icon, which is on the left-hand side of your screen. I hope this is left on your screen right now. I'm really not sure because of the way the camera works. But anyways, press the networking icon on the left side of your screen. You're going to get randomly paired with another attendee and have 5 minutes to chat with one another. So really, really great way for you to meet other people in the audience. Go ahead and click that networking button now. If you'd like to continue your conversation after the session, just click the connect button at the bottom right of the screen. You guys will get automatically introduced over email. So with that, let's transition into networking and be right back here at 1:30 p.m. for our founder fireside chat with Latham and Watkins. See you guys then. All right, and we're back. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back from networking. Hope you were able to connect with some interesting new attendees. Definitely do still come out to our in-person networking event, happy hour that's happening at 5 p.m. at Native Hostel this afternoon. Hope to see all of you there. Next up, we've got a really, really interesting session. We've got a founder fireside chat. So we're going to sit down with some experienced founders as they dive into a lot of the critical lessons that they've learned during their fundraising journeys, including some advice that they want to share with first-time founders. So great to see all these faces here today. First, I want to invite up to the stage Scott Craig. Scott's our sponsor with Latham & Watkins. He's going to be moderating this session. Good to see you, Scott. Also want to invite to the stage Lauren Washington, the founder and CEO of Funder, Sarah Poole, the founder and CEO of BoxT, and Catherine Allen, founder and CEO of Flow Recruit. Guys, thank you all so much for being here today. We're going to have a great session.
Great. We're looking forward to it as well. Thanks everybody for joining us. As Jake mentioned, we've got Lauren, Sarah, and Catherine here. Each of them have had experience raising funds, and we're going to talk about kind of their companies and what their experience has been, both engaging investors, finding investors, and finding the right investors for your company. But before we start off, I want each of them to talk a little bit about their company, kind of where they are in the fundraising process, and what they've been doing, and then we'll get into it. And hopefully at the end we'll have some time for questions. So Lauren, I'll start with you if you want to talk a little bit about Funder, and we'll go from there.
Sure, really happy to be here. I'm Lauren Washington. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Funder, and we are a platform that automates seed investing to help remove bias and maximize returns for investors. So where we are in the fundraising process, we're actually in the middle of our seed round. So it's been a little bit of a meta process for us, as we are a fundraising platform and are also fundraising ourselves. So we're actually pulling all of our investors through our platform, closing on there, transferring money through there. So it's been an exciting ride so far.
Catherine, I'll go to you next.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine, co-founder and CEO of Flow Recruit. We build recruiting software that employers and universities use to host both virtual and in-person interview programs and recruiting events. In regard to fundraising, we've raised $3 million to date. We completed a seed and did an extra $2 million with some of our current investors in prep for Series A in the future.
And Sarah?
Yeah, I'm Sarah Poole. I'm the founder and CEO of BoxT. It's not BoxT, it's just BoxT. And we are a direct-to-consumer premium wine brand, and this is the box right here. We just closed out a SAFE, so we did a Series seed in early 2020, and then we decided to use the SAFE vehicle rather than raise a quite yet, because we just wanted to get a little bit more going on under our belt. But to date, and we've also done a little bit of venture debt. So to date, debt and venture, we've put just shy of $10 million on the board.
Great. Well, thanks everybody. I think the important piece here is everyone's fairly early on, and I know that a lot of the entrepreneurs that are at the event are looking to raise money for the first time. So hopefully some of the recent experience raising seed and safes and convertible notes will be helpful to folks as we talk through these various issues. I guess, Catherine, I'll start with you. When you founded your company, did you have a fundraising plan? Like, what was your first experience trying to figure out how much money you needed to raise and when and how?
Yeah, when we first started the company, I don't think we really had a concrete fundraising plan. We actually started our business while my co-founder and I were both at UT Austin. We were students. So in the beginning, it felt like we were totally winging it, trying to figure out how to build the business. As we got closer to graduation, we had about, I think it was like 5 to 10 customers, some recurring revenue. And that's when it became really apparent that we needed to fundraise to make sure that we could continue building this business full time. So our first idea for fundraising was to go talk to angel investors. And we actually just started with a $200K check from one angel investor here in Austin. And that was probably the first time I learned that it really matters who you meet and bring on the journey with your business, because it makes it a lot easier for an angel to say, like, hey, I've actually seen you grow through all the trials and tribulations, and I'm confident to give you that funds. So that was kind of the beginning of our idea of fundraising.
Sarah, how about you?
Yeah, I have a little bit of a different story because I didn't really know that I totally wanted to be an entrepreneur, if I'm being really honest. But I had been invited to be an entrepreneur in residence at Next Coast Ventures in Austin. And so obviously during that time, as you're ideating, just so you know, I wasn't ideating in wine. I thought my background was in education technology. And I had really started ideating there and like in new media and some other things that I had a lot of interest in. And then this happened. But ultimately, that's kind of how it started. And I had some great coaches at Next Coast who, when it was time for us to think about, wow, we've got a great idea on paper and we can get a sense for what we need in order to prove if there's something there, we were able to kind of put structure around what a fundraise should look like at a seed level.
Lauren, I know you're in the middle of your seed. How long before you kicked that off, and kind of how did you plan for that?
Yeah, we had a pretty strong plan before we went out to raise, because Funder is actually my fourth business. So I've been down this road a few times. I raised immediately for my first business and kind of regretted it. My second business didn't raise at all intentionally, and just wanted to build that up organically. And the third business was a nonprofit. So we sort of raised, but through grants instead. So this one, we really wanted to be thoughtful about when we were taking money in. And I think these other two ladies spoke about it, where they were saying, when you get to the point where you know that you have a bit of a product market fit and you need a little bit of funding to sort of fuel that, that's when we really wanted to start that conversation. So we had brought in $100,000 through the Sputnik Accelerator last year, and that helped sort of prove things out for us. But now we're at the point where we know we have a solid business model and are ready to scale. And for us, we want to use that funding as fuel, not just money to kind of play around with.
Makes a ton of sense. And I think one of the things we as lawyers see when we're coming in at the end is like, sometimes the entrepreneurs are surprised by the process and the documents that go with it, and maybe we're to blame for that, some of that. But I'd be interested, starting with you, Sarah, like what type of what surprises did sort of hit you in this process? Now, you were an EIC, so maybe you had a little bit of guidance there, but curious if there were any surprises on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, listen, even as an EIR, at the end of the day, obviously Next Coast did come in on that seed round. But they're still like, they're protecting their LPs and, making sure that they know what's going on. And so, I mean, number one, you got to have a great lawyer. And just like Lantham is not my lawyer, so I'm not like plugging Lantham. I'm not plugging anybody. But you have to have a great lawyer, and it's got to be a lawyer that you can ask real questions to. And if you don't get it, being able to just say, I don't get it, and not feeling shy about it during the process, because there's a lot of new words that are coming at you. There's just no way that you could possibly know, particularly as a first-time founder, all the things that are going to come at you that you need to understand. And you've got to have a great legal partner that you can ask questions to, and then also another founder that you can ask questions to, who can help you clarify things that you can then go back to your legal partner and be like, hey, I did a little digging and a little things to understand, and I need you to unpack this bag for me or explain that again. Like, a great lawyer isn't looking at the clock all the time. They know that there are some parts of it are billable, especially in these early days. And some parts of it are like, I need to give you coaching so you understand what you're doing, and you have to understand. So like, that was maybe, for me, the big thing. There's just a lot of stuff. There's no way you could possibly know.
Fair enough. And then, Lauren, any surprises for you along the way? I know you'd done a few companies before that, but I know there's probably a regulatory bent, for instance, on Funder. But yeah, curious what you found.
Yeah, in terms of going through term sheets, I come to Sarah. I think having the right legal team will help you avoid those pitfalls, but understanding that your lawyer's job is to help you avoid risk. So they are very risk averse, right? So understanding that when you're getting that feedback, that you still then have to make your own decisions. And I think that's when the founder community comes into play, where you can say, hey, this is the deal I'm getting. I know that you've taken investment from them. What was your experience like? Or have you seen this clause before, and will it spook investors later on? So I think that's definitely a good balance between other founders who've been here before, as well as your legal team, and it help you avoid some of those pitfalls.
I will say too, a great lawyer has, I mean, my lawyer is great. I mean, he's told me some of the things like, hey, let's think about this one because this will spook somebody in the future. And like, I would have never known to even think about that. Such a great point. So yeah, that's really an important one that you're just like, oh, wait, what? That was a big surprise.
Exactly.
Yeah, Catherine, curious. On your end, I know you had some pivots early on, but any other surprises for you?
Yeah, definitely. We had some pivots, and I mean, something I just wanted to highlight is that it is super important to have a great lawyer that's working with you, because as Sarah said, as the first-time founder, you don't know what you're looking at, and the VC or even the professional angel investor has done this a million times. So they really have the upper hand when it comes to that, and you want to definitely trust your partners that are funding you. But for us, I mean, it was a little bit of a chicken and the egg issue in the beginning. We had no money, so how on earth we were going to hire a lawyer was beyond us. Something that we learned that I think is useful for first-time founders is that a lot of law firms will do a deal in which you can pay later. And I think that is really helpful for first-time founders that want to make sure that they have someone who can guide them through the process without calling in every favor from everyone that they know, which we did plenty of both. But that was something that I think surprised us and ended up making a big difference.
Great. I mean, and I promise that wasn't a leading question to get praise for lawyers, but I do appreciate it. I do think that, some of the most, I guess, the toughest situations we've been in, and we've had to tell clients, yeah, this wasn't done right, and now it's got to be cleaned up if you want to raise money, and it can be tough sometimes. There's some things you can't fix, and most you can, but I appreciate all of that, certainly. And there's, again, a lot of good lawyers in town in Central Texas and in Texas generally that can help. Lauren, you mentioned something about the founder community and relying on that a little bit. I think would be curious, how entrepreneurs can track down resources to find other founders that maybe, whether or not the business is similar, have gone through similar experiences. Like, what are some of the resources they can use?
Absolutely. There's a ton of founder communities out there. I mean, Capital Factory is probably one of the best here in Austin. So I think there's a lot of ways to get connected into the founder community. Founders Institute is here in Austin, is pretty strong. There's specific ones for demographics. So I started Black Women Talk Tech, which is the largest conference for Black women founders. And we also have a membership organization, and we do events all the time. So I think really finding people who can understand your journey, particularly when you're fundraising, because fundraising is really hard. It's definitely harder as a woman, and it's definitely harder as an underrepresented founder. And so having some of that support so that you can understand how to navigate the roller coaster with fundraising, and even just having a startup is incredibly helpful. And for me, it's the only reason I am still a founder, is because I've had that community support around me.
Catherine or Sarah, I don't know, what's been your experience in the founder community?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, I would say the same, that the founder community is definitely what has helped me get through and figure out how on earth you do this thing. We were lucky enough to go through an accelerator program. We went through Y Combinator. I spent a lot of time at Capital Factory in the early days meeting people, and I think both of those made a huge difference for us. So when founders look at accelerator programs, I think it's just as important to not only look at the money they might be giving you, but also at the founder community and the mentor community you might be getting from it. Additionally, accelerator programs tend to take a fair amount of equity. So that's sort of how you should think about the value that they're bringing, not just the money. But without other founders to speak to, I think it would have been way more difficult for us to fundraise, because besides just being someone that you can speak to about all the trials and tribulations, they also help get you introduced into other investors. And that's the best way to meet an investor, is through a founder that they've invested in. It already shows that sort of rapport.
Yeah, I would just say too, like, founders beget other founders. So as soon as you've like found that one person that you connect with, we all keep connecting each other, because it comes around. Like, the community is really good at helping each other out, because it's a very unique, being a founder is a very unique spot that I could have never known what it was going to feel like until I was doing it. And so that unique experience, particularly as you're fundraising, or then you've taken money, you're going through something that really just this set of people are going through too. And we tend to like to be around each other, because at least for those 2 minutes that you might want to be like, what am I doing? Somebody else is like, I know, you're going to be okay. So, yeah.
So one thing, Catherine, I touched on this earlier, but I'd like to hear it from everybody. Did you need to, as you talk to investors or talk to other founders and mentors, need to tweak your business model at all? You don't have to give details necessarily, but just, what was that like? What was it helpful? I mean, I'm curious if there were pivots made. How you went about that process early on when you think you're going one direction, and then all the advice you're getting is saying, yeah, you got something there, but you need to zag a little bit.
You definitely get a ton of feedback in the fundraising process. And I personally found that every other investor conversation, I would get a new piece of feedback about what I should do differently and how to run my business. And you spend 30 minutes with the person sometimes, and it feels like all the feedback you're getting is pulling you in 15 different directions. So we never made a pivot from a piece of investor feedback that didn't later become a partner for us. That was not a source for us to pivot. I think our biggest challenge in seed fundraising was less about the mechanics of the business, meaning that we sell annual contracts. It was more our market potential and getting investors to believe that this could be a really big business. Really pitching the market felt like the main thing that any seed investor wanted to know about, besides just wanting to believe in the founders. And if I'm being really honest with myself, I mean, my co-founder and I, we were straight out of UT Austin. We had no track record. We hadn't even worked at a company for more than an internship. So the team slide of our deck when we were pitching wasn't exactly the most impressive part about what we were building. Instead, what was impressive was that we had traction, we had customers, and against all odds, we had some even law firm customers that are the most risk averse to any type of customer that we could go after. But really, I think our biggest challenge and where we got feedback was the market. And eventually we had to partner, or really we wanted to partner with people who believed in that market potential. And that should have been our first sort of filter for who was going to be an investor at the end of the day.
Got it. Sarah, I mean, whether it's a pivot or the challenging feedback you receive from investors, you have an example of that at Boxed or previously in your career?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we didn't necessarily pivot based on feedback. One of my investors said, when anybody gives you an idea, you should always say something like, that's really interesting. I'll take that under advisement. And I use it all the time. Because listen, when somebody's excited about an idea, you have an investor and they're giving you oh, have you thought about this or done this, I mean, when it's a good idea, you'll actually get a lot of that because they're so excited that they're thinking of all the ways that they can make your business run. And my job, your job as an entrepreneur is to say, and that's a great idea, but I'm going to remain laser focused and know when it's time to layer in new stuff. And so that was just one of the sidebars, but Oh gosh, there's so much. I think the thing, and I would agree, like I had zero experience in the wine industry, and the team slide also was lacking. I think the thing that we spent the most time on was very similar, was the market opportunity and could we truly tap into it? The thing that was most impactful though in our pitching was how simple we kept the deck. And we were really, there's no extra words, there's no extra, like really, you have to go through the process of having a deck that has way too many slides and then just like going further and further and further till it's like uncomfortably short. And that was really, I think, the thing that going through that process was really like any pivot that I had to make was figuring out how in less words and less words and less words, because I really did find it didn't matter that I didn't have the experience. They wanted to know if I was going to like ramrod through whatever I was going to ramrod. They call it Next Coast eating glass. Like they just, that's it. Like the pitch, conversations end. And the first thing they ask each other is like, this person going to eat some glass to make it happen. And I clearly did, because I ate all the glass and put my wine in a box. So, but that's really the biggest thing. It's like, how are you going to present that? Like, that's what you have to be able to do, is just like go in there and get weird, and just like own it. Weird in a good way.
Yeah. Lauren, I'm curious your thoughts as well. I mean, I know you're on both sides of it, right? You're trying to raise money and you're seeing entrepreneurs also try to figure out what to do. What are some of the challenges you've faced?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what's already been said. I think you're always going to get advice, not just from investors, but from anyone you talk to your business about. Someone is going to say something about what you should do. And if you follow it, you're going to just get lost, right? So you have your North Star and you really need to be able to understand where we're going and what makes sense. For us, it's a little different because investors are our customers. And so I always put customers first. So when we're talking and they're giving me feedback in terms of the platform, it's sort of a dual conversation for me. It's a customer conversation and it's also an investor conversation. So for me, I take that and use it a little bit differently. One thing that we have had to do is really prove out our business model. So we didn't change the business model necessarily, but making sure that we could prove that we could get that repeatable revenue, that people would pay these prices, that there was an easy conversion in terms of customers. And so that's something that we've had to do over the last few months to sort of show, yes, we can turn this into a huge $1 billion business.
Got it. Yeah. I think one of the things that we see a lot of entrepreneurs do early on, especially if they've got what they think is, a very, disruptive technology, is attack kind of every which way. And maybe that can work sometimes, but I think historically, we'll see the entrepreneurs that focus on one or two segments first and really kind of, attack those segments, try to dominate there. Then they can scale and look at other things. If your focus, it certainly helps. Now there's certainly technologies that can go the other way, but that's been our experience when we're representing companies, is the more focused they are on an individual segment, the more traction they get initially, because you're not spreading yourself so thin. One of the questions I was going to ask is your view on the investor community in Central Texas and Texas writ large, just things that, because there's probably some investors on the call too, and Lauren, I appreciate that you're customers as well, but just things that you'd like to see from the investor community in Texas as they try to support local entrepreneurs. Are there things they could do better? Are there things they're doing well? It's a very unique geography. We work a lot with Silicon Valley and in the East Coast, and Austin's got, in mostly great ways, it's a unique experience for entrepreneurs. But Lauren, I'll start with you. I mean, are there any good or bad that you kind of see from the investor community in the state?
Yeah, I've been really excited to see the growth in the investor community, particularly over the last couple of years here. What I would love to see happen is just more of a focus and effort on diversity. So there was actually a really great article that came out recently in the Austin Business Journal around some of the pledges that were made last year and whether people were actually meeting them, not just here in Central Texas, but nationally. And I think that there is still needs to be that focused effort to make sure that we're bringing equity to the space, not that we are giving out charity to people, but making sure we understand how bias comes into play when you're making decisions, when you're moving through the process, when you're writing these checks. And I think because our community is growing so rapidly, we have the opportunity to really set an example now for the rest of the nation that we can actually grow and also bring equity to the space.
That's great. Yeah, I totally agree. And Sarah, curious, you've been working in residence and in one of the investors in town, but just generally your view of the growing and, changing investor landscape in Texas.
I mean, I would just say that I feel like, and I moved to Austin from San Francisco. And so I'd been immersed in kind of the tech universe and all of these things of the money that was flowing around the Bay Area. And I would say that I feel like my personal feeling is that in Texas, there's a little bit of the friendliness of the South that comes into it. And while obviously investors are looking very deeply at everything, I just feel like I've had so much support and mentorship in this community that feels different from the experience that I've seen some of my friends go through on the West Coast. And just the amount of people who they invest in things that they also like and they use themselves. Obviously that happens everywhere, but they really get involved. And I've been fortunate that the investors that we have been very hands-on, always available, and they're super active, not in telling me how to run my business, but coaching me when I need coaching, just introducing me to people. I've been really welcoming me into the community. I've been really, really, really impressed with everybody that I've interacted with in and through Next Coast, but then also people that have extended out from that network and beyond. It's kind of incredible. So I don't have any I need them to do more of. I think Next Coast, I just need to say about Next Coast, I think they do an incredible, they do a lot of work on investing outside of the traditional box of people that we've seen from the past. And I mean, I know that Mike, who's on our board, he's also on the board of a bunch of other female entrepreneurs, and he's just really couldn't be more supportive. I'm just I love Next Coast. Not to make this a plug for them, but they're they're just the best.
Catherine, thoughts from you on your experience with investors?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree with Sarah that what is really special about Austin is that it is relatively easy to meet people if you put yourself out there and go meet those founders that can get you introduced to investors. I definitely found that once I was finally asking for the introduction or signaling hey, I think I might be ready to go meet with whomever, I was able to get that introduction and get my foot in the door. I mean, once your foot is in the door, then it's totally up to you to make sure that deal gets closed. But that is something that I love about Austin, and I hope it doesn't change as we see so much more capital come here. But yeah, definitely people are willing to meet. Even while we were still seniors at UT Austin, Vanu and Krishna at Live Oak met with me for dinner, and I thought that was sort of the coolest experience. And at the time, I didn't realize that was planting the seed for them later to participate a lot more, fully in our fundraising. But that's kind of one of those magic moments that you look back on and say wow, if I hadn't met those people for dinner, if they hadn't been willing to meet the college senior, then probably it wouldn't have happened that we weren't able to raise the round. So I just hope we continue with the Texas friendliness, even when we see more capital and more entrepreneurs come here.
Great. So we've talked about other founders, lawyers, investors. What are some other resources and we talked about Capital Factory and some of the incubators people have been involved in, but what are some of the other resources you've relied on to help grow your company and help raise money, help button things up, so to speak? Catherine, I'll start with you. I mean, I'm curious if there's other groups in the community that have been crucial to helping Flow Recruit.
I mean, so many people. For me personally, I'm quite like relationship driven as a person. So I think for me, it's mostly been the founders and mentors that we've met that have helped me gain the confidence that we can continue to build this business. I mean, for instance, Jan Ryan, who is a mentor of ours, has been really instrumental. AJ Bruno is the founder of a company called Trendkite, now is the founder of CodaPath. Both of them have invested so much time and energy into me and into our teammates to take us to the next level. Folks from Live Oak, for me, I think really it's been relationship driven, and we're lucky that we met people. But I guess the resource that folks should think about is that, you know, going to the happy hour later today, it's not just about the like free booze and open bar. It's also about who you're going to meet there. And that's something that I look back on and realize that was the biggest indicator for our success.
Lauren, I'd turn it over to you. You know, outside of what we've spoken about, other types of resources that have been very helpful.
Yeah, I would definitely say accelerators. So I think Catherine mentioned Y Combinator. Sputnik has been incredible in terms of a resource for us and support and advice and connections. So definitely making sure that you have an accelerator that is going to do all that for you, not even just the time that you're there, but afterwards, and build that community. I would say advisors as well. The Funder is the first company where I built an advisor board, and now I'm reaping the benefits of it and understand that having people who can really help guide you and make those connections for you is so critical. And that was something that was definitely missing, at least in my first company, that we didn't have a set advisors around us. So I would say those two are probably additional resources that are helpful, and I would suggest most new founders try to find as well.
Sarah, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, also the chamber, I think the chamber sometimes, not necessarily just in Austin, but in general, it's like, ooh, the old guard chamber. But the reality is the Austin chamber is really awesome, and they do a lot in the community, and they are absolutely excited to partner with startups and make introductions. And it's not expensive to get involved in the chamber, and they've just got so much going on. And I think it's, especially now that we're kind of coming back into people getting together, I think it's a great place to tap into and just cold call, and get some stuff there. I agree with the advisor thing. I didn't end up going through the SKU program, but that's an accelerator. If anybody's listening that's doing consumer packaged goods, I think they're, best in class. And I met them, and, I would say to Catherine's point, everybody you meet, the reality is people want to help you. Like, that's just a fact. Unless you meet a really mean person. But if you've got a great idea that you can articulate simply and it just makes sense, people want to help you. It helps us if it's a wine company. So if you need me to send a box of wine to somebody, let me know. But you just asking, you can't be afraid to ask, and meeting somebody for a coffee and getting involved that way. It's like every single person I meet that I tell what I'm up to, they're just like, what can I do to help you? And if you're serious about this path of being an entrepreneur, you better know what you're asking them to help you with. And make it be one thing, make it be really simple, because they want to do it. Like, people want to help you.
Great. And then one last question, we'll turn it over to, we got a few questions from the audience, but when you are going to talk to investors, we talked a little bit earlier about having that short, concise slide deck that really only has the points you need. But what are some other things you need to be prepared to have when you talk to them? Because I think, and I guess there's sort of the ancillary question to that is, when should I go talk to investors? Can it be too early sometimes? I think people have different views on that. But Lauren, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts there?
I would say before you talk to investors, do your research. So don't spray and pray and think that you should just talk to any investor and hope that they latch on to you. Really understand what stage they invest in, what space they invest in, and make sure you understand other companies that are maybe similar to yours, because it's terrible. you don't have a lot of time as a founder to fundraise because you're also still building your business out. So it's terrible to sort of waste time talking to someone and also to waste their time if you're not a right fit. And a lot of founders sort of make that mistake in the early days. As far as being too early, I think you can be too early definitely for a certain stage. So understanding where you should be in terms of monthly recurring revenue or annual recurring revenue or traction, that typically happens in those stages. Yes, there are some exceptions to it if you have an incredible founder or different, the industry is booming in a certain way. But generally those guidelines are correct. So looking into that and understanding where most companies are before you start talking to someone who's investing in that stage will, again, just help you save time and make sure you're really laser focused on your targets.
Sarah, thoughts on engaging investors?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I totally agree with everything Lauren said. Like, you do have to know what stage people are at. I mean, that's definitely something that you hear, you're like, well, when you get to here, give me a call. And you do need to make sure you're nurturing those relationships. And it's good in the early days to learn some of that stuff and have some of those conversations, because it does give you the experience to know what you're getting into in the future. But part of the question was, is it ever too early to talk to investors? It's never too early to network. Now you have to be, and like create and build relationships, but you should also know that you shouldn't be pitching your idea unless it's fully baked or you have enough information to really be. So like, you should make friends. You should always be building your network. You should know when it's time that you're not just starting the work right in that exact moment to build the network. In fact, I was having lunch yesterday with a founder who isn't quite ready to do a Series A, but she will be probably in the next 6 months. And so, I'm going to take an opportunity to set up a fun little happy hour where, she can casually meet people without it being a formal pitch and presentation. And I think that's the type of thing, you should be looking out for. Start collecting all the cards.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I think to, both of y'all's point, I do think that it can be too early to have an investor conversation. Like, you get excited, you accept, and then maybe you didn't spend enough time preparing. Like, what is your less than 60-second, what your business does, and where do you see it moving? And can you articulate that concisely? It's important to remember that the investor that you're speaking with has probably heard pitches of every company and yours sliced like 5 different ways. So if you're not grabbing their attention in that short, concise moment, then they're just going to hopefully let you talk for a little bit, but you're not having the best impression. So I wish that we had spent a bit more time intentionally preparing those short kind of snippets about what we're doing and where we're going before we had sat down to have coffee with investors. To Sarah's point, it is definitely never too early to network, but sometimes I found myself in situations where I would think like, oh, we're just getting lunch or coffee, and then realizing like, actually that was my first meeting. And I wish that I'd been more prepared to show up and say what I wanted to communicate.
I think in my experience, it's never too early to network. But it can be too early to pitch, like Sarah mentioned and Catherine said. And I think, you kind of have to have good judgment about what the expectations are when you meet with potential investors. Because if you're super early, again, it's probably just better to exchange business cards at that point if you're not fully buttoned up. Because I have seen situations where companies wanted introductions early, we made them, they just weren't ready yet. And then, a year later, there's still that kind of view from what the company was a year ago, and sometimes it's hard to get past that initial meeting if it really was a pitch. But if you're just networking and say, I've got something, let's talk when I'm ready, it actually can, like, you're playing a little hard to get in a sense, and you're not ready. So that's helpful, and it can create some curiosity among the investors. The other thing is a law firm that I'll just put out there for entrepreneurs is we get often asked to make introductions to VCs. We've got a huge West Coast presence, a huge East Coast presence. We've got relationships with all of the venture capital funds, but kind of a red flag to me is when we get engaged simply to make the introductions. And I think if you're going to ask your lawyers or your accountants or your service providers or anybody to make an introduction to a fund, you should have an idea of who the partner is at that fund that you want to meet. why do you want to meet that fund? Because they invested in a company like yours. Okay, who was the company on that board? So those are things to consider. Try to get a more precise introduction. And I know as a law firm, we're happy to do that if we can make the connection, and we've got the connections. But the more precise it is, the more useful it's going to be for you. The more likely that the fund is going to want to even take the introduction. We had a couple questions from the audience. One's a general one, so I'll start with Catherine, and we can go from here. It's when you've been actively fundraising, what is something that you didn't consider? And maybe we covered this a little bit, but we'll see if there's anything to add.
Didn't consider. I think I covered this, but I don't think that we fully considered how strong of a influence our network was going to be. And I know that I already spoke about this, but it just helps to build relationships because it helps build that trust, especially when you may not fit like the perfect mold of what the founder is supposed to be for that company. If you can build that trust with someone well before you're going to fundraise, then you already have a leg up when they're wondering if they should consider to make an investment or not. So I found we were far more successful when we were talking to folks that knew about Flow Recruit and had seen us go through different pivots and had seen us come out of those. Like they saw us eat glass and like live to tail. And so they were so much more excited about investing in what we were working on. We did not consider that before fundraising. I did not understand how the network was going to play into who ended up being on our cap table. But looking back and for future rounds, I do think about that actively, like who might be that person.
Lauren, any thoughts on things you didn't consider as you were raising money?
I think just building up thick skin is something. So I've been here before, have gotten the rejections before, but I think doing it again almost 8 years later and remembering the sting of rejection, you're going to get no's from investors. Like not every investor is going to invest in you. They usually only do a couple dozen a year and they get thousands of companies. So keep those stats in mind when you're talking and then it also might not be a good fit. And you want to have that partner who's truly going to be a good fit for you as you're building this business out because it's a long-term relationship. So I think just being ready for the no's and realizing that it's not an indictment on you or your company is really important.
Sarah, any thoughts from you on
Yeah, I just say, listen, I think fit is a very big takeaway from this whole thing. When it comes to taking money from somebody else, whether it's venture or an angel or somebody else, it is their money. And I'm protective of my own money. And so they are going to be protective of their money. And so you want people that you're okay getting a text from in the middle of the night and things like that. And so you are a steward of their money and you need to take it seriously and you need to think very carefully about who you take it from because they are your business partners in a lot of ways. And I'm, technically a solo founder, but I am a solo founder that would not be here today if not for the investors on my cap table. And they are my business partners. And, they're on my cap table, so they're not going anywhere. They're not somebody that I can just terminate, And so it's really, really, really important to choose wisely. It is not just a one-way street. And so while there's a lot of rejection in fundraising, you just say thanks when somebody rejects you because it probably wasn't going to be great anyway because it's not a fit for whatever reason.
Makes sense.
It's like dating.
I think we're out of time, but I do want to thank Lauren, Sarah, Catherine so much for doing this. It was great to have a group of founders that have gone through this so recently, and I imagine there's a number of entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs online right now that have learned a lot today. Hope to see everyone at the happy hour this evening if you're able to make it. But I know Jake's going to join here in a second. But again, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Scott.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks again so much for all the panelists for sharing y'all's perspective and experiences. Also, so sorry, Sarah. You're the founder and CEO of Boxed.
I just was giving you a little bit of hell.
That was a silly mistake. Anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. That was a really great panel.
Right. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good one, Catherine. And see you later, too. Lauren. All right. Now we are moving on. We're going back into networking. So once again, everybody in the audience, if you want to network with the other attendees, press the networking icon on the lower left-hand side of your screen. Doing both just in case I didn't do left at first. Click there. You'll get matched randomly with another person in the audience for 5 minutes. If you want to connect for longer than that, click the connect button in the bottom right-hand corner. We'll connect you guys over email. And yeah, just keep in mind what Catherine said. Make sure that you come to the happy hour, not necessarily just because drinks are on Capital Factory, although that is a great reason to come to the happy hour, but also come because the relationships that you make here could end up being super valuable in the near future. So come to, meet new friends, catch up with old friends, and have a great time. See you guys in networking, and we'll be right back here at 2:30 for our next panel. See you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your second session of networking today. It's not going to be the last because I know you're all going to come to the happy hour after this track at 5 o'clock at Native Hostel. But first, we have one final session for today. And this is one that I'm personally really, really excited about because it brings together both investors and entrepreneurs to basically have a candid discussion about the current funding environment and what we can do to change it or improve it. So this third session is our Women in Venture panel. And just to kind of set the stage for you guys, according to TechCrunch, women-founded startups actually deliver a 62% higher return on investment, generating twice as much revenue per dollar invested and taking 1 full year less time to exit than other startups that don't have female founders or female leaders. In the past 5 years, VC investment in women-owned tech companies has increased steadily, but once COVID hit, investors kind of retreated back into their referral networks and started making more quote-unquote safe investments. VC funding for women actually shrunk drastically during that time. So Crunchbase data shows that of the more than 800 female-founded startups globally, they received a total of $4.9 billion in venture funding in 2020 through mid-December. And while that sounds like a big number, it actually represents a 27% decrease over that same period. So today we're going to have lots of female entrepreneurs and female investors on stage to kind of talk about the scenario and figure out what do we need to change, what do we need to do better. So I'm excited to bring up onto the stage Holly Takovsky, Lisa Besserman from Expa, Bree Crickshank from the Radical Girl Gang, Janice Omadiki from the Mentor Method, and Heather Buffo from Republic. Ladies, thank you all for being here today. I'm really excited to hear this panel.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Uh-oh, I think Holly froze.
Give it a moment here.
Difficulties.
It wouldn't be a day in tech without some dramatic freezer outage, right?
Very true.
I'm actually glad you guys are still like getting StreamYard to work for the most part. I was part of another conference that had to like completely go off of StreamYard because it just could not work yesterday.
StreamYard needs to integrate those like Zoom filters, like the background and the skin touch.
Yes.
So I'm like, oh my God, I have the background and hair. Like I gotta actually do that.
Well, for everyone who's here, thanks for coming. Excited to answer some questions once we get Holly back, but hopefully y'all are having a great start to your Austin Startup Week. Bree and Lisa and Janice, did you guys go to any of the other sessions today or yesterday?
I was very fortunate to be a judge at the Female Founder $100,000 pitch competition. So that was incredible. We had a lot of really amazing founders pitch a wide array of sectors. So it was a lot of fun and got to meet really incredible founders online. But it was a really awesome opportunity to participate.
Yeah. That's fantastic. I was supposed to announce the winner yesterday, but then the event got postponed to November 10th. So I'm looking forward to seeing who wins and watching all of the pitches and everything.
Yeah, they were all incredible. Everybody's a winner in my book, but yeah,
of course.
It was fun to see that.
Looks like Holly's back.
Hey, welcome back, Holly.
I'm sorry about that. It's like all excited and I had a sassy comment to start off with and like it took me down. I was going to say that like if you're returning money a year faster with 2x the revenues, that sounds like a dadgum safe investment to me.
So true. So true.
Awesome. So I'm so glad to be with you guys today. I have a foot in both worlds, being a founder and a funder. I think my heart is still in the founder camp, though. I have, but why don't we get started? Bree, you want to tell us a little bit about RGG, Radical Girl Gang, and what you're up to?
Absolutely. Thank you, Holly. Great to be here, everyone. My name is Bree Crickshank. I am the founder and CEO of Radical Girl Gang. We are the online marketplace to discover, support, and shop emerging women-owned brands. My background is at Nike and Outdoor Voices, and essentially, when I started pursuing entrepreneurship, I realized that, just like we're going to be talking about today, there are massive inequities in this space. And women entrepreneurs, in particular, at the earliest stages of their ventures, have a very difficult time breaking through those barriers. So essentially, we are here to level the playing field. We make it super easy for customers to find absolutely incredible products from women-owned brands all across the country, so you can vote with your dollars. And we make it really easy for brands to be able to break through that noise and gain access to customers that want to support them and shop women-owned.
And I have been on the site and done some shopping myself. There is no better place to find a crocheted ovary door hang.
Yes, we call that the cuterus. Yes.
Yes. So
excellent
really
choice,
awesome
Holly.
stuff at radicalgirlgang.com. So Janice, tell us about what you're doing at the Mentor Method.
Happy to. I'm Janice Omedecki, CEO and founder of the Mentor Method. We're an HR tech solution focused on talent retention and development through the proven power of mentorship. So in layman's terms, we have a software that helps match talent to mentors inside of where they work to make workplaces more inclusive and representative of the lovely individuals on this panel today.
Yeah, and so for everybody today, we've got 2 folks on the founder side and 2 folks on the funder side. And so we'll switch over. I shouldn't say side. That acts like we're across the table, and we're not, right? We're on the same side of the table. So that's right. Hey, Lisa, you want to tell us what you're doing at Expo?
Sure. So I'm what I would call a recovering entrepreneur turned venture capitalist. So I've been on both sides of the same sided table, but definitely have seen how to operate on both sides. And I think it's been really very valuable in how I look at investments. But just to give you a bit of background, I'm the managing director at Expa Venture Capital. We are a $350 million venture firm. We're led by Garrett Camp, the founder of Uber and StumbleUpon. And so we invest anywhere from pre-seed to Series A startups. I am running the pre-seed program, so I work with founders at the earliest stage of building, and we're building out an accelerator model within a venture capital firm. So we work very hands-on with founders. We help them, with building out their product roadmap, hiring, customer discovery, finding new users. So we're very deep in the weeds and we get very involved. We see it as not just a financial partnership, but also a strategic partnership when we're doing investment, especially at the earliest stage at the pre-seed. Prior to Expa, I was the head of program at Indeed's incubator. So I have been in the incubator space for quite a bit. And then prior to that, I was a founder myself as the founder of Startup Buenos Aires, which was an early stage startup accelerator program in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And we provided access to education, resources, community, and financial capital to founders throughout Latin America, primarily in Argentina. So I've worked with founders, thousands of founders throughout my career, specifically in the incubator accelerator space. And now I'm really excited to be on the venture side and really being able to invest in founders like these wonderful women on this panel and other underrepresented founders as well. It's a big passion point of mine, and it's really giving a voice and a platform and funding to people who have historically had that opportunity.
Yeah, it's more than a voice, right? Some money helps.
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. That's what I tell all my investor friends.
Yeah, but that's cool. The idea of the access to the know-how as well as the capital. And Heather, tell us what you're doing at Republic.
I would love to. Hi. Thanks for having me here. My name is Heather Buffo. I am the Venture Growth and Partnerships Lead at Republic. So Republic, if you're not familiar, is a crowd investing platform that gives you the power to invest in the future you believe in by providing access to private investments in startups, crypto, real estate, video games, and more. We were founded in 2016 as a spinout of AngelList when Title III of the Jobs Act was passed, which permitted equity crowdfunding as a form of fundraising. So when I explain this to people, I like to walk it back to the SEC and the Great Depression. But the SEC was put together in 1933 following the Great Depression when a lot of Americans lost all their wealth because of bad investments. So the SEC was developed to help regulate the stock market, basically, and public investing opportunities to protect investors. And one of the protections they put in place when they were founded was to not allow people without a lot of wealth to invest in private companies because they are very high risk, but they're also high reward, which basically meant that the wealthy elite already had access to an investing class that allowed you to grow your wealth in significant ways in much shorter timescales than the public markets are capable of. So in 2016, following the Great Recession, the Jobs Act was passed, or excuse me, in 2012, Jobs Act was passed to help stimulate the economy and make it easier to build businesses and fundraise. And then this particular title was passed in 2016 to open up the investing opportunity to more people. So we are here to democratize access to capital for founders, to give founders the opportunity to raise money from not only venture capitalists and angel investors, but also their customers, their parents, their friends, anybody who has been their early champions and have helped them get to their early traction points. So in my role, I help us execute on that mission by working with investor partners like Lisa and others to find great companies to raise on our platform, and make sure that we're able to support founders across the board. I also run our venture partner program, which is a community of now 170 professionals in the startup fundraising world that are uniquely dedicated to this mission of democratizing access to capital, and help us do that in a lot of different ways.
You know, Heather, just listening to you talk right there, and all four of you, like, could y'all be more excited maybe? What you're doing, right? More passionate and full of joy and mission. You know, it makes it so much easier when you believe in what you're doing. Okay, so I want to throw out our first question. So so what we know is that today, so I guess 2 years ago, there was women-led businesses were 2.8% of the funded capital that went out. And that actually went down, as Jake was starting us off with, to 2.3% last year. In our minds, let's say that it's 10 years from now, it's 2031, and the number is like 10x. It's like 25%. We haven't even gotten all the way there, but it's 10x of what it is today. What did we do today that got us there? Like, what did we do? What did we like, oh man, 2021 was the year that it all changed because we started, right? Because we know, and I don't think anybody says, 2.3, that sounds about right. I don't think everybody's saying that. Everybody's like, that's terrible. It's basically like half the innovation, not, the opportunity in our economy not being taken advantage of. And when you look at Black women founders, it was an all-time high, and it was 0.34%, right? That's nuts. So what did we do? Then 10 years from now, it's like the trajectory is amazing.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry. I don't think it's one thing we did.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't think that there's a lack of talented and incredible women entrepreneurs. What I think there is there's a lack of talented and incredible, well, not lack, but there's a lack of seats at the funding table for women who understand what women, like the purchasing power of women, products that are built for women. And when you're pitching to men, it's really difficult to be able to convey that. It's really difficult to get access to that financial capital. So I think the first thing we need to do is have more women and diverse thoughts at the funding table. So the people who are responsible for writing the checks and making those decisions and being able to, believe and fund and invest in those women, I think that's going to be a huge game changer. And I'm not just talking about investors and VCs or angels. I'm talking about LPs as well. So that's other people that you're also answering to and, incorporating into your investment thesis. So I'd say like one of the biggest things that we can do is have more women investors.
I think the number right now is 5%.
It is.
An Inc. article said that 5% of VCs were women and 12% of the decision makers were women. But again, I think that's also on the rise, but also really small.
Yeah. So I'd say like the number one or one of the most important things is just having more female decision makers, investors that are able to take those bets on women products and women entrepreneurs that understand that women are just as capable and in some other ways more capable than their male counterparts that might be building companies as well. Another thing I'd say is education. So focusing on in creating an inclusive environment for women in STEM. So more women entrepreneurs, more women product managers, more women entrepreneurs, engineers, et cetera. So I think it's like a mix of like education and investment that we can incorporate to change the atmosphere and to help us get to that 10x, which still is a long way to go and still not nearly
good enough, but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
I agree with you, Lisa. I think too, expanding on the education piece, I know for me in the mentor method, right, we've had to go some non-traditional pathways to scaling, fundraising, and all aspects of team building, all aspects of building the company to where it is now and to where it's going. So being able to educate people on the fact that there isn't just one cookie cutter way. And if VCs are saying, well, this needs to be, this is the standard, or okay, a good example is when I moved to Austin from DC in 2018 for the Maths Challenge Accelerator. They had a great session for women-led businesses. And it was led by a woman VC that came in and explained the differences in how women have to pitch and the way that men have to pitch. And it wasn't in sort of a commiserating, woe is us environment. It was like, look, here's what you have to do. Put your team slide immediately after your title slide because they will discredit you until they realize that you have a team and you're credible. Next, make sure that you're talking about these pieces. Wrap it up with this. In your appendix, include these slides because they will discredit you and not think that you have, maybe think that you're making up stats, etc. So like to this day, anytime that I update my pitch, which I mean, quite honestly, feels like a daily practice at this point, if I find another data point that supports our plan to scaling in the market, I make sure that I have that in my appendix as one of my source URLs. So that if someone's like, I don't believe that quote exists, which because that has happened, right? I can say, oh, okay, well, slide X has a whole library of resources. And as you can see by the footer, this is the source. Take a look at it. Whether or not you choose to believe, Forbes, Entrepreneur, Diversity Inc., and other credible sources is your decision.
But I say with a smile on your face, that's your decision.
It's your decision.
Well, one thing I do want to add to that, which as a founder and seeing, hundreds of decks, that's hilarious. Like, it's crazy to me is women are very realistic about their projections. And what you just said just validated that. Like we have data, we have facts. We're not being aspirational in our what is the total addressable market? Like when you compare a female founder deck to a male founder deck, like the male founder deck is absolutely crazy projections, like the 10
get 1% of the market type stuff.
I mean, and it's funny because I've had this discussion with other female investors where it's just the female decks are so accurate or very conservative in their projections, and because they err on the side of accuracy, whereas the male decks are more aspirational, huger TAMs or huger SAMs, whatever it might be. And it's funny because that goes, it's very aligned with what you were saying, how we feel like we need to be right, we need to justify and validate rather than just be as aspirational, shoot for the moon, type decks.
Yeah, but I would question, do we feel like we have to, or is it because the systems put in place have mandated that be the case in order to acquire funding?
Yeah, Janice, I was just going to say that. I think one of the things that I think is so important is each individual person needs to interrogate the way that they're evaluating things. Like the fact that Janice knows that I have to put my team slide here, I have to have links to my projections, the fact that there is such a clear difference in outcomes based on those small choices, which sound trivial and it's kind of like when you get feedback on a resume. It's everyone has an opinion, just like on decks, people are put your team slide here, there, whatever. But the fact that you have to make that decision based on who you are and the way that you are showing up to the conversation is messed up. And the reason that leads to different outcomes is because people have those impressions, and that bias is ingrained in us, and it's in all of us. And so we all have to personally interrogate ourselves and figure out am I making different decisions on different people based on factors other than their merit or other than what they are presenting to me factually. And I think that is a lifelong learning process. So it's nice for us to all run around being we support women founders and we invest in underrepresented people. Okay, great, but why? Why are you doing that? And why is there a difference? I think that 2%, 2.5%, even 5% data points should be enough to say okay, obviously there's not parity because we're half the population and we're not getting a fraction of funding. But I cannot tell you, like, I cannot talk to another person who says to me, like, I don't care if you're black, brown, blue, or green. Like, I just want to invest in good companies. Like,
I think green people are way underfunded. Really.
So, you know, I think to me that just shows a real disconnect in understanding what the problem actually is. And it's like, no one thinks that they are imposing those points of view on other people. Like, no one thinks they're racist. No one thinks that they're sexist, but then they do things that happen. And so it's totally ingrained in the system. It's totally ingrained in how we are exposed to the world. And there are some experiences that, like, you will just never understand depending on what your identity is, but you can do the work personally to figure out, like, why are there disparities and what role can you play in changing them?
We can. So Bree, you
Yes.
raised money, or in the process of raising money, and your business is fundamentally, I mean, Radical Girl Gang is a woman-oriented, woman-supporting and woman-oriented business into a market where 95% of angel investors are men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. And I'm happy to expand on that. I mean, truly, it's been the hardest journey of my life. You know, fundraising is hard. Being an entrepreneur is difficult. Being a young woman, first-time founder, the cards are not in my favor. And then add on top of that the fact that we're building a business that is completely woman-centric in a market that I'm going to understand much more intimately oftentimes than who I'm speaking to on the other side of the conversation, which tends to be old white men, just to be frank. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that I've experienced firsthand. Fortunately, I will say, I mean, you know, we have to make so much progress, but there are good people out there. You know, there are great investors. There is change happening in the VC ecosystem. That being said, I think going back to your original question, Holly, we do not have time to wait for the amount of change that we need in this system. I don't have time. I'm trying to run and scale my business, and I need to get more capital. Exactly. And at the rate of change that we're seeing, well, funding to women founders just dropped to 2.2% in the first 8 months of this year, which is the lowest it's been in 5 years. So my message to the folks who are, you know, watching this and kind of trying to figure out this ecosystem is, to me, the future is alternative sources of capital. As an entrepreneur, something that, you know, I'm really passionate about is building systems that are created by the people that they're also supposed to serve. I have absolute hope and faith that VC will continue improving because I know many of the change makers on that side. And I fully agree with Lisa. Having more women represented in leadership positions and writing checks is a huge part of this. That change is happening slowly, but it is happening. At the same time, it doesn't make sense for us to try to fix broken systems that were not made to support women. They were not made to support women, and they certainly were not created to support women of color. So for me, as I'm looking towards the future, I'm actually really excited. Radical Girl Gang, I will share here, is actually going to be launching our first ever crowdfunding campaign on Republic in a week. And so for me, thanks y'all. So for me, like, this decision is a really personal one. It reflects the values of our company. And it feels really good to be able to raise money in a way that, like Heather said, is democratizing access to people and making these types of opportunities available to folks who can invest anything from $100 to $5,000 or beyond.
It makes it more authentic to your brand and more authentic to the Girl Gang. Absolutely.
Exactly. So yeah, I think for me on my journey, a huge part of this has been, you know, real talk with women founders. You need to be creative about how you're getting capital. Yes, you can explore the VC route. Yes, you can explore angels. Yes, you can look at loans. Although we tend to get approved less with worse interest rates than men. But I think as we look towards the future, there's a lot of innovation that has yet to be seen even from these platforms that are creating solutions that hopefully are also being built, you know, by the kind of end user as well to support us.
Yeah. And Janice, I'm thinking about, you know, what you were just talking about with, like, we need to be able to see people that have done this and have had outcomes, right? I mean, like the power of mentorship is I mean, if you can see it, you go, okay, I see the path. I know the pebbles in the river to walk on. But I wanted to ask you a question about, you have this awesome article, I think that you wrote for HBR about the model minority, right? Where, oh, Janice, did you mute?
Oh yeah, you mean.
I'm here.
Yeah, and I just love this like because you're at the table, and so let's say that in this circumstance we have 2.5% of the companies that are founded by women, right? And they have to be this perfect version and be the male oriented CEO or something like that, like Lisa was saying, like pump up my numbers and try to imitate that, or can there be a more authentic version? And
I think it depends on, I think there are layers of authenticity, similar to how there are different layers of authenticity with friend groups, right? Like you have those, pajamas on a Sunday morning, doesn't matter where the cats and dogs are type of friends that can come over and you feel perfectly comfortable with that because you have that level of trust. And then there are the friends that you feel like you need to be a little bit more dressed up for or what have you, right? And I think the same thing applies with when you're raising capital. So while it would be great, to sort of stay in that 100% truth, I think that there are just different parts that have to be highlighted depending on the core thesis of the investor. So for me, I don't even think about it as I'm a Black woman-owned business going out and raising capital. When I raised it was 1.2, but now 1.6 after Google's investment, it was really more about how do I show that this is a viable business, that the timing aligns so perfectly for what we've been building, that even if you have that bias in place, it's irrefutable that this is a $100 million company minimum, and that if you get on board, you'll get your return significantly faster than what the stats are saying, and that, there is that ability to have that positive pattern matching. I think when it comes to being, and that HBR article you're referencing, I was discussing, the negative implications of having to be a corporate model minority, because coming from defense contracting, which was where the bulk of my career was in, it was the opposite of me, right? And that oftentimes was a challenge. And instead of sort of staying in my truth, I deviated, if you will, and instead leaned towards trying to react to an overrepresented segment's fear of my presence versus leveraging that for my own advantage or just working somewhere else, quite frankly. Yeah. So I think when you're using that logic into venture capital, it's just finding the right VCs. We have incredible investors like Math Venture Partners, Dana Wright and Elisa Sepulveda are really pushing for more inclusive practices for not just the firm, but also all of their portfolio companies. And having mandates like, we want someone that is in a C-suite position that isn't just marketing, that identifies as underrepresented. That's powerful, right? And to Bree's point, where your money goes is really what shows what you're prioritizing. So for me, I think it's less about the trope of being a model minority and really reclaiming that power as someone with a viable business that is scalable and going places to say, you do not fit our values, investor.
I love that.
So I will leave you out of the opportunity and spend time with those that really see and will also help us get to that $100 million mark.
I love that. So this idea of you don't invite me to the table. I invite you to my table. If you're part of this, if you're living your values and living values.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that, and your first question about, what needs to change, I think it's just honestly looking authentically at the power structures, right? In the space that I'm in with, HR tech and everything, we're hearing about the great resignation on a daily basis. And what it really is, boiled down and looking at it objectively is employees reclaiming that they do not need to risk burnout. They don't need to have a 3-hour commute and then go home and take care of their families. They can actually work from home and have some semblance of balance. And I think that applies here where, women and underrepresented founders should come to investor conversations with their own criteria and be willing to cut the meeting short if they're not in alignment with their values, instead of sort of letting the cycle persist the way that it is.
And to add to Janice's point, which I absolutely agree on, one thing we tell and this goes to anybody in the audience who's looking to raise, diligence is a two-way street. You should not only be on the receiving end of that diligence, you should be doing the diligence yourself. And when I say do the diligence, I'm not just saying speak to the founders in the portfolio that are doing well. I'm saying talk to the founders in the portfolio that didn't do well and see how that investor reacted, see what their response was, see how they helped them in times of need. So like, when I say diligence is a two-way street, understand how that investor acts in times of certainty, in times of uncertainty, in times of good, and in times of bad. I think you're going to learn a lot more from a failed portfolio company than you will from a successful one. And so I think it's really important to recognize that your investor, it's a marriage. It should be, it's generally like a 7 to 10 year relationship. It's a marriage in good times and bad. You are together. So ensure that the partner that you choose to be your financial partner is a partner that you can sustain a long-term relationship with. And just make sure that at the very early stages that you are aligned in terms of your mission, in terms of your vision, in terms of who you're going to be working with and how you're going to be working and the styles of that. And so that's just one thing that I see founders too quick to make the decision of, they just accept the first check that comes in.
Like the term sheet, just the terms on the term sheet are all that matter, right? As opposed to because I think of
there's so much more. Yeah.
All of us take so seriously, the relationship with a co-founder. Oh, that's, you would do so much due diligence about that person and probably know them for years and years. But yeah, very few people spend much time doing that kind of due diligence with early stage funding partners.
And I'm sure all of my VC friends are going to be disappointed in what I'm about to say, but right now it is a founder's market. So if you are a founder and you are raising, you have options. You have more options than you've ever historically had. So make sure you're making the right decision into who you want to partner with, and that it is the right VC or angel, whoever it might be investing, because you should look at this as a long-term partnership.
So I wanted to throw a question to our founders. So Bree and Janice. So you've now gone through this journey and raised money, and you are, you've done this. If you can go back and give you, oh my goodness. If you can go back and there, give yourself advice, or, somebody's little sister that is going through this, that they're getting ready to do it. What would be the wise counsel that, because you have a scar tissue now from having done this, right? You've been to battle. Janice has updated her slide deck 450 times, you've done this. And so what would you go back and say, don't take this so seriously, take this more seriously, expect this time. Mm-hmm. What would be your, Bree, why don't you go first?
Sure. Yeah, I think one of the first things I would kind of say to myself, or my hypothetical little sister, would be kind of going back to what Janice mentioned about the power dynamics. As soon as you can sit across the table from someone and reclaim your power, especially as an overlooked founder, the game changes. And not just in terms of how you're feeling in that conversation, but how you go about building your business. And that's totally been my experience. Mm-hmm. So I think
it's really your dadgum business, right? Yeah, it's your business.
Exactly. Yeah. It's your business. And these people are fortunate to have you come with this incredible opportunity to them. We know that not all VCs, most VCs are not necessarily visionary. A lot of VC investments are happening based off of matching to companies we've seen, industries that we've seen, concepts we've seen, founders we've seen. So oftentimes it's the most visionary and highest potential founders that actually get overlooked by that system. The sooner you can really take that to heart and know that and be able to move forward through rejection, through the good meetings and the bad, the easier the process becomes. I will also say, you don't just start fundraising. I did not know that. I thought, I had this amazing traction from my first year of bootstrap business. I thought it would go, smoother, just kicking off. What I would advise to people is really to actually spend weeks, if not months, before you intend to fundraise, to plan it all out, project manage it, get meetings set up, work on building initial relationships, and to make it really, really tight. as well.
Like a quiet phase?
What?
Like a quiet phase kind of leading up to it? Yeah.
Exactly. And then basically when you launch your round, a lot of it is kind of unfortunately about the momentum. So that's kind of why I'm bringing that up. I think just the time that you're trying to raise and being as impactful and productive as you can in that time, which of course can be challenging because we're usually running the business at the same time. So it's much easier said than done.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I think something that I've just been reflecting on more is, women just need to build even more resilient companies. We're already incredible founders, and one way that this journey can be a little bit easier and more a little bit easier to navigate is by building businesses that are generating revenue faster. And so for us, one way that we've been doing that as a marketplace, which is traditionally a lower margin, higher volume business that's going to take years to scale, is by building into our in-house line, which is higher margin and helps us bring in immediate revenue that way. So even being strategic about how you are planning and looking at your business, if you're not seeing that money yet, how can you build revenue and get some cash in your pocket while you're still going through the fundraising process?
Yeah, you and Janice both started off bootstrapping, right?
Yeah.
I think you muted again, Janice.
No, I just stayed on mute because Bree was still sharing. But yeah, I bootstrapped as well. I don't want to overstep though, Bree.
Oh no, I'm all wrapped up. That's all I've got.
I'm always very sensitive to that from my corporate background of not interrupting other women when they're taking up rifle oxygen. I think on top of what you were saying, a few things come to mind. Building up your network of allies is really important. So whether that is, other women or people from an overrepresented segment of the VC population, making sure that you have your network of allies to really help you understand the game that you're entering into. Look at that cat. So cute. I would also say get strategic with it. That's a big thing. To Bree's point, people kind of assume that you can jump in and just say, hey, everybody, I'm raising this amount, and then the money will just fall from the sky. That's not actually, it happens for some, and that's great, and congratulations to those of you that had that. But for others, it's really important to set up that strategy. Think about when you want to go out and raise, how much, at what valuation, what is your employee equity pool? All of these other pieces, so that when you're in fundraising mode, all you're thinking about is just qualifying, right? Again, making sure that you have investors that are aligned to your values and the direction in which you want to take the company. I would also, for me, honestly, what helped was getting more centered in my own self-identity and then raising. That first, couple of years, especially when you're building your business, me as a first-time founder, first-generation American, moving to, Austin with no friends, family, or support system, there was a lot to learn, right? And I found that the more time I spent protecting my mental health, really thinking about my self-identity, what feels more centered and aligned to me for who I actually am, the better the pitches were. The minute I just really got comfortable and was like, honestly, I've been meaning to rock some medium box braids for the last year, and I haven't done it because I wasn't sure if that would be professional enough for VCs. And the moment I said, don't care, a little bit more intensely than that, but same point, my energy shifted because I just felt like I was in true alignment across all aspects of my life. And that helped me feel more defensible, so that if the VC says, we don't see this going somewhere, you can hear that feedback and really not take it personally, but see it as an opportunity to either modify your deck, which leads me to another point. And this might be a little controversial, but
I love it.
Sometimes you're getting the no because there's something in your deck or the way that you're talking about your business that isn't actually aligned to getting institutional funding. It's not because you're a woman.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I think the more that you can do to make your business indefensible and really make sure that when you're getting that feedback, of course you'll get hit with microaggressions. And of course there will be that bias that takes place because the stats show that, but still being able to get some gifts in the feedback outside of that noise and say, okay, the last like 6 VCs that I've pitched have all said this one thing in their like Dear John breakup email. I think that there's actually something here. So if I'm tired of hearing this, what can I do in my communication or my go-to-market strategy or what have you to mitigate that risk in advance so that we're already answering it? And now they have to come up with another question or just agree that we're mind readers and intuitive as women are and have a viable business that they should fund. Right? So I think and then the last piece I would say, because we're growing and scaling pretty quickly, is just fire fast.
Yes.
That's it.
I have some tactical advice for Bree and Janice's hypothetical sisters. As somebody who raised myself and have been the one writing the check as well, is building your bench. Make sure you have a strong advisory network, and make sure that you are leveraging that network. And I mean leveraging by learning, plugging into what Janice is like. Make sure you have a mentor. Make sure you have people that you look up to, that you respect, that have done something similar that you can learn from, because there's a ton of learnings along the way. So building your bench, building your mentor network, building your advisory board, that's really helpful. And then that will lead to, this is my other tactical piece of advice, is warm intros. Warm intros go a very, very long way. Mm-hmm. Chances are, this day and age, everybody has like 1 or 2 degrees of separation to any VC or any investor. So really understanding what is the connection between you or your company and that person's portfolio or that institutional portfolio, trying to get a warm introduction can go a very, very long way. And also do your research. Like, so many times we'll get pitches that just don't fit into our thesis or are at a different stage than we're used to investing in. And that's wasting your time, that's wasting the investor's time. So really do the research and find the companies that the investor has invested in that align with what you're looking to build. And I'd say, those are just some good tactical pieces of advice for people who are looking to raise in the future or currently raising, is like a warm intro goes a very, very long way. And there's so much learning. So, build that bench.
Heather, I was you're closing in on our last word. No pressure.
Yeah. I just wanted to like second Janice's point about focusing on making your business and rock solid. I think I saw a really good quote recently from an amazing woman founder who's on my Instagram feed, but there's a lot of them, so of course I can't remember who it was, but it was something, to the effect of like, if you're so focused on attempting to shatter the glass ceiling, you're never going to make it to the ceiling to shatter without actually focusing on the path to get there. And so it is important for us to keep talking about the importance of funding women and call out bias when we see it. But also, if I get asked to be on another panel about funding women without also being asked to be on a panel about financial technology or, one of the other things I know a lot of shit about, I'm going to scream. So I think like it is so important to like see these things and be vocal about them, but it's also important to do your job and grow your business and make sure that you are that amazing entrepreneur that we can all look up to, and be a part of that, because it's, we don't have time. Like, we don't have time to be focusing on this without also, building the things that need to be built.
Yeah, there's too much work to be done. Right where we started the conversation. Yeah, and if we're going to go get to that 10x of where we are today, we got to go build some badass businesses, right?
Yes.
And I know you guys are doing that. Heather and Lisa, thank you for funding them, and Bree and Janice, thank you for being them.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for having us.
With that, we'll turn it over to the powers that be.
Awesome, guys. Thanks so much for this conversation, for just sharing your perspectives and experiences. It was a really great panel. Heather, I definitely need to find some fintech event to plug you into next year.
Thank you.
But that's a really, really good point, and I'm really glad that you made it. And that really stood out for me, and I hope a lot of people in the audience as well. So thank you guys all for donating your time to kind of shed some more light on this issue, and I hope I'll see you guys all later this afternoon as well.
Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, that was our last session for today. Want to thank everybody in the audience for tuning in. Final reminder, I know I've kind of beat this dead horse a lot, but come to the Founder Happy Hour at Native Hostel this afternoon starting at 5 p.m. Going to be a lot of great people there, lots of founders from the entrepreneurship track, lots of investors and funders from the fundraising track. It's going to be a great opportunity for everyone involved. So really excited to see a lot of you guys in person there. And, before I go, shameless plug, follow me on Twitter at Jake_O'Shea. Most of the things I tweet are kind of just random thoughts and musings. Most of them are not funny, but still give me a follow. And anyways, thanks everyone again for tuning in. I hope you've all enjoyed Austin Startup Week so far. Don't go anywhere. We got 2 more great days full of programming in store for you. And I'll see you guys later tonight at Native Hostel. Bye.